Morning, doing a mic check here. Hopefully everyone had a restful weekend. We are back here with a new trading weekend. It should be an interesting trading week at that. Obviously, the markets went through a bit of a sell side program on Friday on the back of some de-risking into the Trump and Putin meeting. The Trump and Putin meeting went, I guess, okay. A lot of the media is saying it's a nothing burger, but in reality, I actually think that it went fairly well, considering that Putin says he's open to a ceasefire. There's obviously a meeting between Trump and Zelensky this week, and Putin's open to a meeting with Zelensky. So maybe there's going to be some conditional de-escalation in the war. We'll obviously have to watch that. I still think that that would be very beneficial if de-escalation or a ceasefire occurs, but we're still a little bit away from that. Trump obviously tweeted or posted on Truth Social over the weekend saying that they're close to a ceasefire. So this week we also have Powell speaking at the Jackson Hole Symposium. So that will be Thursday. There's a little bit of, I think, a testimony at 8 o'clock on Wednesday, but the market will be closed. But Thursday, I think, is when Fed Chair Powell gives his bigger testimony around that 10 a.m. time frame. In terms of data today, there's not much on the data front, so I'm actually expecting markets to float and grind today. Due to the fact that there's really nothing that should hit the tape unless obviously an announcement from Trump or that nature. In terms of tomorrow, there's a little bit of data, building permits in the US, some CPI data for Canada, Atlanta Fed GDP, a couple Fed members speaking. All right, let's jump in to see what's moving here, shaking and moving this morning. Obviously, crypto has gone through a bit of a decline over the weekend. So let's go to the full chart here. All right, so just quickly dissecting the cues before we touch base on anything else. So the NASDAQ right now, I still think is in a position to bounce, potentially setting up this inverse head and shoulders. It hasn't triggered, but right now you're just forming this wedge pattern. If this wedge pattern breaks down, then we have a target of roughly here, 575 Pierce zone. Worst case scenario, you get a retrace back to this key trend line, this breakout trend line. So that breakout trend line, if we just go a little bit to a larger time frame, that is also a pretty big level for the NASDAQ. Pivot high to pivot high, you back tested once already. We'll see if we get that zone. But I do suspect that the markets are probably going to try to rally at some point today. Whether or not we sweep the lows, time will tell. We're trying to break down out of this wedge pattern. As you can see here, but I think this gap down's probably going to get bought up this morning. Okay, so I like stocks on the long side today, even though we're seeing a bit of mixed price action. I do like stocks on the long side. All right, let's see what else is in the pre-market. So Dayforce, ticker DAY, day, that's moving. Let's go to the daily chart here. Never mind, it's not moving anymore. Yeah, it should be. That's the wrong day. There we go. So Dayforce gapping up above all of its key moving average. This is a huge, huge monster move to the upside. Where I think Dayforce is going in the minimum. Let's just quickly take a peek here. You can see Dayforce is kind of trading into this previous little trend line. Let's throw up a quick fib. You're above the 50% retrace on Dayforce. I don't really know what the announcement is. Let's just take a quick peek here. A small software company was soaring before the market opened on Monday amid a report that it's about to be bought out by a private equity firm, Dayforce, which provides human resource software and had a market cap of value of about 8.4 billion as of Friday's close, was up 31% due in the pre-market trading. That's a big turnaround. Company see blah 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 blah. Bloomberg reported that Thoma Bravo was in advanced talks to acquire the company. That could lead to a big payout for existing shareholders. Very interesting. The buyout group will be led by MCR Hotel and Apollo Global Management. Will provide more than 700 million in equity, the journal said. Okay, so a bit of a buyout potential news. Very interesting. Notice how it was at the lows of this tape. So, I personally don't like to trade buyouts. But let's just see the volatility range. There's actually some volatility, so we'll keep that on watch. It hasn't occurred yet, but it's obviously in speculation. So usually with buyouts is it starts to just trade and flag in a very tight range sideways. So if you get sort of big moves up and down, then there might be an arbitrage play. I remember trading that Twitter buyout before Elon Musk took it in. That was crazy. There was some wild swings in that. But Dayforce potentially getting bought out here. So I would short it back at the high again. If it retested that, you can see there's some clear distribution off of that zone. So that's definitely on watch for a short. Let's look at Pinnacle Financial. PNPF is seeing, what's the ticker? PNFP. Sorry, PNFP. Sorry, sometimes you see these tickers and almost like I'm dyslexic. You transpose a letter here and there. So right away, PNFP is obviously holding some technical support, trying to make a move above this area. I mean, if you break above this convincing gap window zone, then you have a target of this gap fill. So until we get that true confirmed secondary daily close above these previous little pivots, you have to be cautious. But if you get above these pivots here, and this one could be moving to the upside. All right, solar stocks obviously catching some momentum today. Look at First Solar, guys. Testing 208, strong gap up, monster move to the upside. First Solar has triggered a bit of a bull flag breakout, inverse head and shoulders. This chart is looking very, very strong. FSLR looks like the next stop is 223. That's where I have your previous pivot high resistance. But in the near term, FSLR is just roaring here. Just give me a second with this name. I want to see something for my curiosity. Yeah, you're well above everything there. That's pretty insane. That's a strong move for FSLR, guys. Very, very strong move. The next real thing is just dropping a fib retrace from that high to that low and seeing where we're at. We're coming right into that 50, but I do suspect with the momentum behind this name, with a little bit of consolidation underneath that 50-day, that 50% retrace, you should push to the 618. Looks like a very strong chart for sure. GTES, let's take a peek at that. GTES, nothing really to do there for me. Let's look at Sunrun. This is another high short interest name that's squeezing to the upside. Look at that breakout on Friday. What a monster. Wow. Surpassing all of the upside targets. Next TP is this 1568 high short interest name squeezing to the upside. I would consider taking a scalp short if run were to squeeze into this gap. Let's just see where we went in the pre-market. So kind of hit that TP zone to a T. You're just retesting the simple high of Friday. So still a big extension move to the upside. Still has some room to run, but I would need to let it go into this gap to short it. But this one could continue to see a little bit of strength today, but just be careful because it could see a sharp reversal at some point back to the downside. There will be profit taking likely in this name, but definitely on watch for a continuation squeeze to the upside. There's certainly some potential there. That gap fill, a lot of traders will be eyeing it and trying to press it into that 16 gap. You know, you're probably going to be getting a lot of people riding and pushing it for $16 calls. I think the option chain goes every 50 cents on this ticker, so I'd have to double check that, but you're probably going to get a lot of action in the $16 calls this week. And $16 calls from currently would still imply roughly about a 9% move to the upside. So that's looking very interesting. Solar stocks are strong. VSTS right now, it was gapping up. Not a lot of volume there. Let's look at XPO Logistics here. That's seeing a little bit of action in the pre-market. Really still staying flat there. Ticker Wolf, WOLF. So Wolf obviously had that big breakout move. It's just been grinding along this previous little breakout trend line, but kind of floating to the downside. It's up slightly in the pre-market. Still a tough name to trade. Very tough. I mean, if you can catch a momentum spike intraday, that's about your best bet. In terms of what's happening today, yeah, it's a tough trade, this one. You're really putting in some lower highs here. No lower low yet. You still managed to hold this low pivot, so that's your short-term positive. But it's really a tough one to trade. Wild and wacky moves. PLTK, let's look at that. PLTK, that's acting not too bad off of the lows, trying to make a nice little dead cat bounce potential. Extremely oversold in your daily and your weekly time frame. If you're wanting to trade this on the long side with some lottos, it does look like it's trying to catch a bit of a bounce, but definitely a riskier equity. Volume trends. What's the volume usually like? So it's got a few million in volume. Some days it doesn't trade over a million, so just be careful of that. All right, EPAM. That's seeing a little bit of interesting volatility this morning. Not doing too much there. Gapping up here. Also another one that's trying to form a bit of a base here. Stage 1 basing formation. Trying to move off of a higher low. I would have expected one more dip to try to sweep this low. So it's still a risky but very oversold on really all of its major time frames. Extremely oversold. And it does have this rather large weekly chart wedge pattern building. So that's your kind of indication that there is a stage 1 basing formation starting to play out. You are into a whole host of support here. There's definitely some volume sitting at that COVID low and then your 2020 low. Sorry, that's your interest rate cycle low and your COVID low. Very cool. So there's definitely some support here. Again, if you're wanting to play EPAM on the long side for a longer term common share investment or some, call options a year, 2 years out, probably will work out in your favor. You just simply look at kind of what we've been retesting in this chart. Your EMA 113 on the weekly. We're super depressed now, so if you bought call options in and around that EMA strike, so call it 225, 220, even 200 if you're conservative, and give yourself several months out, that will be a high opportunity trade. So EPAM certainly looking like a very depressed asset here. Again, it could go and sweep the lows one more time, but give yourself lots of time on this position, and probably in a year or 6 months you're going to retest that EMA. You know, you can see every time you get stretched from that EMA 113, you retest it. You've retested it 4 times in this downtrend, and we're getting again stretched from it, so you're likely going to retest that again. So that one is definitely on watch for a long. I'm actually going to put an alert there for myself to see if we retest those lows. I would certainly pick some up. I'd certainly pick some up. All right, healthcare stocks again, guys, are starting to shake and move to the upside. UNH, another day that it's gapping up to the high side. This is now just getting an absolute monster bid. So we went from one extreme to another extreme. UNH resistance today is there's 2 levels. This downsloping trend line, which sits at around, call it 315 Pierce maybe. So a couple more dollars away. But the bigger level I'm looking at is my value area low. Sorry, no, my value area high here, which is sitting at 322.10. And then if you get through that, you have your channel connecting this previous pivots. But UNH is looking like a beast, a continuation, trying to do a V-shaped bounce. And obviously everyone's calling it that previous meta. So we're just got to watch this. We're still long. We are up basically over 100% on both sets of long-term calls. We're riding November 340 calls and January 340 calls, and both sets are up nicely. So I would consider trimming if we got to the high of this channel without any sort of consolidation. If this just turns into a V-shaped bounce, I would consider trimming around this 328, 329 zone. That's for sure. Okay, so we'll keep that out. CNC is another one that I'm just holding common shares. Again, I'm still down significantly on this one, but another name that eventually is going to work itself up through this zone. HIMS is getting hit today, guys. So HIMS, another down day for HIMS. And this one, again, my target on HIMS is around 44 Pierce. But it's sweeping the lows yet again. It just cannot catch a bounce to save its life right now. MSOS, obviously we are short MSOS, guys. We're riding 450 puts on MSOS. That had a nice decline on Friday, backtesting that 7-day. I still think this is going to get sold into, but nevertheless catching a minor little bid today. But we still got lots of time on that name. Carvana catching a bit of a bid today. Let's see what else. Chipotle Mexican Grill catching a nice little bid, continuation off of the lows. So that's a strong looking bounce on Chipotle. Look at that weekly bullish engulfing on volume, recapturing the weekly 200 moving average. Stunning bounce, guys. Really stunning bounce for Chipotle Mexican Grill. It's a very good bounce. Near term resistance is going to be your 20-day moving average. AMD is kind of lagging this morning a little bit. Seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Same thing with SOX and Qs, a little bit of sell side pressure, but I think they're going to get bid up. You look at the SOX chart, and again, I think that SOX is going to have a pretty much a potential, at least today, a 50% retrace of this down move. So SOX on Friday had a down move of 2.29%, a little bit of profit taking at the end of the week in anticipation of Trump and Putin. But I think that SOX are probably going to catch a pretty big bid today. Just looking through the charts. Hood is seeing a little bit of downside price this morning in the pre-market. So that name has been continuously seeing huge moves at the highs here, mostly to the upside, but big moves to the downside. Lots of intraday volatility and swings. This is telling me that this is going through distribution, guys. I'm getting very close to shorting Hood, but a little bit more, a little bit longer. Roblox obviously continuing to break down here, seeing a little bit more distribution. Tagging that 50-day on Friday, we trimmed a whole host of profit on Roblox put options, and we're still riding the 110s a little bit lower. Still got a ton of time on those 110s, about a month left on the clock, and those are definitely printing. CRM was a nice ticker on Friday that saw a beautiful bid, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure profit taking continuing to occur. Let's look at Baidu and China names. So Baidu, obviously this is the next China name that I think is going to have an explosive move to the upside. You've really just been consolidating in this near-term trend for quite a long time. And I think it's just a moment of time before this stage one basing formation. You look at it on the weekly chart, and it's been trying to really flatten out here, causing the moving averages to compress on the 20 and the daily chart. So I do think that Baidu is shaping up for a nice potential continuation. XPEV as well had that huge breakout, clinical backtest to the breakout zone, and now you're getting some follow through. I think XPEV is going to, at least over the next couple weeks, try to work itself to this gap fill 2240. Baba's another name that had that huge bull flag breakout, never really confirmed the breakout, and you saw distribution. We trimmed our call options right on this breakout candle. That was a beautiful trim at that. I'm still riding some 2026 upside call options, but for the most part, we trimmed a nice amount of profit on Baba. NVO, they're calling NVO the next UNH. Obviously, with the healthcare complex strong, this name is catching a really, really stunning bid. Home builders have been remarkably strong. Lennar is continuing to float and grind. Let's look at Tesla and some of the megas. So Tesla right now, never officially confirmed that breakout. I don't hold any long positions on Tesla. I am looking at getting back into Tesla, but it would have to retrace this EMA 113, call it 314. Considering Tesla had a chance at breaking out and is now looks to be appearing to fail in the near term, obviously it's still got some time this week to negate that failure. But if Tesla starts to get a close below this daily pivot low, or even this daily close here, that would be a very bearish sign and could indicate a little bit of a failed breakout. If the failed breakout does occur, where's the next support zone? We just got to simply adjust that wedge pattern. You could head right back down to the lower boundary wedge pattern. All right, crypto and Ethereum and Bitcoin have gone through a little bit of a breakdown on the weekend. You look at Bitcoin, nice little flag pattern, breaking down, testing 115 in the near term. Slightly oversold intraday, so it is trying to stage a bit of a bounce off of these lows. But nevertheless, crypto is certainly looking like it's starting to go through some of its own distribution. What I'm watching for this week is a crossover of the 7 and 20. You're still holding that 50-day moving average, which saw an epic bounce last time. But because we've bounced off that 50-day moving average and it's in a little bit of a higher trend, don't be surprised if we actually still want to pierce and go a little bit lower than that. Ethereum obviously very extended in the near term. You are hitting a little bit of a point of control high volume zone on ETH, but I think that Ethereum could still see a little bit more distribution. The level that I'm watching on Ethereum is this potential head and shoulders that is triggered. All right, so we have a clear indication of a head and shoulders pattern. This is your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. That has triggered on the hourly chart. Your neckline is clear. Downside price gives us a much lower target for Ethereum. Just simply quickly calculating this. Just a rough calculation. It takes us to about 39.62, give or take. All right. So Ethereum definitely going through a bit of its own distribution pattern. Let's look at Apple Dapple. If there's any charts you guys want me to take a peek at, let me know. Now is the time. Pre-market 20 minutes away from the market open. So right now, SPY Qs are negative in the pre-market. IWM is positive. You're looking at Apple. Apple's still holding bullish price action, a little extended still in the daily chart, and a few more days of consolidation would be ideal for this pattern to have its next move higher. You're sitting right at a high volume zone point of control. You can see why this is a point of control. Waterfall sell-off zone that started here back in March. Pivot high rejection, pivot highs, pivot high, pivot high. So there's a lot of previous position that were taken here, and obviously there's going to be some people that just want to exit based off of going break even on their positions. So I wouldn't be surprised if Apple actually dipped back down to call it 224, 225. That would be your first aggressive buy zone. Where I'm looking to get long Apple again, we were riding the 225 upside calls. We took full profits. Where I'm looking to get long Apple again is if we retested that daily 200 moving average. One of the reasons I like to retest the daily 200 moving average is because we broke through it with sheer amount of force, and we've never officially retested. That daily 200 moving average also just happens to be this downsloping trend line breakout zone. So that's where I am looking to potentially scoop up some Apple longs again. Microsoft still going through that earnings distribution. I'm still short Microsoft. I want Microsoft at minimum to fill this gap to the downside. Likely even retest that 50-day moving average before I look to cover. So my first real profit-taking zone on Microsoft is this gap fill. Gap TP. Alright, so that's where I look to trim half of my short on Microsoft, which would roughly be about a 6% gain on this mega cap name. Okay? So Microsoft certainly still going through a bit of distribution. Looks like a bit of a bear flag here. Nvidia still has earnings to report, guys. Nvidia's just been grinding, one of the strongest stocks still in the market, biggest stock in the market. Been bouncing every time it's pretty much came near this 20-day moving average. The question is, will it bounce a little bit more into its earnings? Will they run this name up into its earnings, or will they start to distribute price into this earnings potential? Earnings are next week on the 27th. So not this week, but next week. Estimate $45.81 billion per a share. Big shoes to fill there for Nvidia. All right, Meta also seeing a little bit of backing and filling distribution today. It did make a spike high on Friday, getting sold into with market weakness on a little bit of above average volume. Still a very strong chart. Next resistance for me for Meta is 800 bucks. Psychological whole number. MongoDB trying to firm up here for MDB. Back above your EMA 113. This chart looks very constructive for another long. It is seeing some pretty decent strength today. Let's look at energy markets. So WTI crude, guys. WTI crude dipping in the pre-market, making new lows and getting bought back up a little bit. Right now it's still down 0.25%. Still slightly oversold here, looking like it could stage a bit of another intraday bounce. I do think crude oil could stage an intraday bounce today. The only thing that is negative is you had that failed breakout of that inverse head and shoulders. So that's why crude has definitely been through a bit of distribution, but crude also still weak on the tape. 62 bucks down is certainly positive for the S&P 500 market. All right, natural gas and then uranium. There it is. So natural gas is another name that just keeps on going through this massive distribution. It has pops, it has drops. Right now, natural gas is looking like it wants to try to firm up off of this low. You're trying to hold this main low pivot. That's just technically a bullish sign in the near term. You are under a bit of distribution, but nat gas is actually forming what appears to be a potential inverse head and shoulders pattern. I think that there's a long trade here where I would place a tight stop loss if you're wanting to chase on the long side is around 292. But nat gas is trying to stage a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. If this breaks out, it gives us an upside target of a call around 320, 325. That level would kind of put us right back into almost this impulse green candle breakout, this low pivot rejection. So nat gas is trying to show some signs of life in the near term. It does look like it's wanting to make a little bit of a surge, at least into your daily 20 moving average. Right now, again, if you want to trade on the long side, it does look like a little bit of an interesting opportunity. EQT is a name that's been trying to firm up off of the lows. Still really sitting right around this point of control, this high volume zone. Getting a nice dip today on EQT could be setting up for a red to green reversal. I think EQT is another name that has that potential for an inverse head and shoulders. I think that with this dip today, if it gets bought up, you're going to probably make a move to call it 55 bucks. Okay, maybe even this daily 50 moving average, but a nice positive close on Friday above the daily 20, backfilling today. Let's see if that name gets bought up with natural gas. All right, uranium and nuclear stocks. So URA has been going through a bit of choppy price action since it's made this huge run up, and that's expected. After a huge bullish move to the upside with minimal consolidation, you're now getting some backing and filling. So the question is uranium going to hold here? This is really the first time you pierced the 50-day moving average and it got bought right back up to the upside. Considering you came down that first time off of the high pivot, retested that 50-day moving average, bounced, created a lower high, that's the only concerning part. Uranium is really just putting in a wedge pattern here. You want to give it the benefit of the doubt because it's in a very strong uptrend, still putting in higher lows. So I think uranium could still push up to call it $41 on the chart. But if you lose this wedge pattern, then uranium's next stop is basically back down to the $34 zone. Let's look at some of the nuclear stocks. Oklo's obviously been a high flyer. Its earnings low is all the way down to here, call it 66 bucks right now. You're seeing a slight little bit of downside pressure. SMR is an interesting one, guys, because I like this one on the long side. I've been eyeing this one up for quite a few days now since it's been going through this downside price correction. And we're going to get the first retest of its EMA 113. After you have a bullish breakout to the upside and you get generally the first retest of the EMA 113, that's usually a high probable bounce zone. So I like that EMA 113 retest a lot. That's what I am waiting for on SMR. Keep that level on watch because that is a high probable bounce zone. I hope we just flush right into that and then we can stage a nice potential bounce off of that zone. So keep that on watch. You also have the weekly 20 moving average coming up on SMR as well as these previous little high pivots. So a very, very high probable bounce zone for SMR. Nice 3-week pullback. This is a name that's certainly on watch from a technical long standpoint. It really is. Right, let's see what else we got going on in the tape today. So we've ran through quite a bit of stocks already. Dayforce with the buyout. Let's look at PLTR because that's been going through a bit of choppy distribution. PLTR slightly down again. 3-bar surge. This name's probably going to try to sweep the low and then it's going to get gobbled back up, guys. So PLTR has been definitely one through a little bit of sell side pressure, but it should get bought up today off of this gap down. I think the whole market is going to get bought up today. I think the Qs will go green, S&P will go green, semiconductors will probably go green. So I remain net bullish today on the market. Not too much data that's going to influence things. Let's look at some of your airlines quickly. So American Airlines has been a remarkable strong stock, trying to get above that daily 200 moving average. Next easy target for AAL is this gap fill. So that's looking very, very strong. I would love to see it back test again, a couple more days of consolidation, but we typically don't get that. These markets are hyperbolic and often see quick moves to the upside. UAL obviously pushing here. So one of the reasons why jets and airlines are so strong is crude oil has obviously taken a fall in recent sessions. If we look at the Dow Jones Transports. They're also looking quite interesting from a technical long standpoint. Having a sell-off, backtesting your EMA 113, a nice little higher low, recapturing the daily 200. This looks like another continuation long into the 17,000 plus zone. Let's look at UPS because that one is going through some heavy downtrend. So UPS is one of the more oversold S&P 500 stocks. Clearly, a lot of people have been eyeing this one. This one's almost like a UNH kind of scenario where it's been having a little bit of troublesome price action through some of its labor strikes, whatever. But another name that eventually is going to catch a bid. I mean, it starts to make sense down here at these valuations. I had a downside level around 77.50 here. You can see this white little dotted trend line. That was ultimately my downside, but when you come so close after a heavy downtrend, the question is, are we starting to bottom here? And there is a potential argument that we are starting to bottom down in this zone. But I would love to see one more little flush on this name, but another name that you tuck it away for the long term, you know, 5 years, 3 years, and you're gonna make money on this name. It's gonna eventually catch a bid, just like UNH. So I would consider watching this name for one more potential flush of the low or a double bottom, and then I would consider getting long in size. That's for sure. Okay. All right, let's look at FedEx as well. So FedEx has been another one that's been backing and filling. We've traded this one quite a few times with members on the swing trade side. Nevertheless, FedEx was shaping up that inverse head and shoulders. It's kind of failed in the near term. We obviously trimmed at the highs here on FedEx. I still think it can retest 250, but it's just going through a bit of choppy price action in the near term. So where I'd buy FedEx is a retest of this previous little trend line. Okay, so around that 205, 210 level. All right, 7 minutes till the open, guys. Again, expectations for the Qs. Qs are back testing on the daily chart your 7-day moving average. They pierced it on Friday. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the pre-market retesting. That should be some support there. That's your first real back test of the 7-day since you recaptured it. It's kind of an impulse breakout candle. Fair value gap retest. I suspect we should get a bounce. Where I think the Qs could retest today, I have two targets, 579.79 and 581 if we had a really low volume, just float and grind day. That's what I suspect that could happen today, pending any sort of tape bombs from Trump and the administration. I think that we could just have a nice float and grind day today, considering there's not too much economic data. IWM this morning is a little bit stronger than the indices. Obviously, we've seen resiliency in some of the KRE biotech stocks, so those have to be on watch considering they're showing strength. IWM still has an upside target of around 235, guys, okay? 235 on the Russell is still in play. We've had a nice daily chart 2-day breakout, backing and filling. This definitely looks on watch for a long, okay? Where I think the IWM could head to today, there's just a simple parallel channel that I'm using. A couple other things on my other charts, but basically IWM probably, if it can hold this pivot low, wants to push back up to call it 229 and change. So about $1.70, $1.80 away from that current level. There is some resistance at this little previous pivot trend line, but you get above that on a close and this thing could squeeze back to the upside in quick succession, okay? So IWM certainly a strong indice. If you're wanting to take it long off the open, I have no issues. If you're a little bit more conservative, you wait for the back test of your 15-minute EMA 113, but potentially trying to form a little bit of this W pattern. One could argue it's an inverse head and shoulders as well. It hasn't officially triggered, but you can certainly argue that there's an inverse head and shoulders here. It's a little bit more of a difficult one to see, but if this starts to be a right shoulder, I mean, you got a pretty decent size up move on the Russell from this neckline, which takes us basically back to the highs of the session, right into that gap fill. So we'll certainly watch that one, but I think the markets are probably going to catch a bit of a bullish bias and bid today. All right, let's look at the S&P 500 real quick. So the S&P 500 is going through a bit of turmoil, backing and filling in the pre-market today. It looks like the S&P 500 is a little bit weaker and wants to maybe, just maybe sweep these lows. You know, but you sweep those lows and you got that 15-minute EMA 113 sitting right there. S&P 500 is still in a strong uptrend. You've broken out. We still have higher price targets on watch. Obviously, we just need to be mindful that you're starting to get a little bit of curling of the moving average on the hourly chart. But the S&P 500 is still triggered this inverse head and shoulders, which does have a little bit more room. And this is a nice amount of hourly consolidation to push us for a little bit of a new high, all-time high surge. So that S&P 500 upside target, based off of that inverse head and shoulders that broke out, still gives us an upside of 655, guys. 655 is your bullish target. Now, we're not going to hit that today. I would be shocked, but you know, 1 to 2 weeks, we could easily make a grind and float to that upside target, especially if they want to push this market into NVIDIA earnings. We'll have to watch and see if that happens. All right, so I got HIMS on watch for long. I got SOX. I'm already long SOXX. I think that those names are probably going to catch a bit of a bid. You're backtesting some key breakout trend lines, another fair value gap zone. Impulse breakout confirmed, backtesting the breakout zone, point of control. So I do like semiconductors off of this area, so we'll have to watch those. But IWM certainly looking strong. Healthcare is still strong. Crypto's under a little bit of pressure. But I got HIMS, SOX, QQQ on watch, IWM on watch. And then we'll see if there's any sort of other intraday opportunities that present itself. Gold and the Dixie are both green, so that's kind of interesting. But let's look to the dual charts here since we're about to open. Fews are seeing a little bit of selling here in the pre-market. Let's watch SPY. So we'll watch the, we'll put the SPY 15-minute chart on watch. I do have some long levels on SPY. Watch semiconductors at the open as well. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. Dixie's curling into the close here a little bit. I gotta stand up here, guys. Markets are opening, so I'm standing up. Let's get ready. Let's get ready to rumble. NVIDIA has actually gone green in the pre-market here, guys. NVIDIA gone green. Russell's still looking strong. All right, markets are open. SOX gapping down. Again, buy the dip, I think, comes in full force here. Bitcoin and crypto still weak. Markets are under a little bit of pressure. NVIDIA, AMD catching a nice bid off of the open. That's probably going to be beneficial for the SOX. Getting an alert on HIMS here. HIMS is still going lower. Wow, look at HIMS, guys. Sweeping that low pivot liquidity. There is a bit of a long trade on HIMS if you're wanting to take it. Wow. Lots of alerts here on HIMS. My oh my. SOX is trying to make a move here. That's your bullish recovery. Nvidia is squeezing. Nvidia's green. Microsoft green. Apple green. Google green. Meta really struggling today. Netflix is green. Carvana's green. Push it, Sox. Push it. Hims trying to go get bought up off of the lows. Wow, look at EQT, guys. That name has just been absolutely bludgeoned. An arbitrage opportunity for sure. New lows on EQT. That is filthy. What is Nat Gas doing? Down 2%? My oh my. That is filthy. Ticker Wolf is starting to make another move to the high side. Wow, look at that Wolf. That is filthy. BBAI negative, GDRX green. Look at run, guys. They pressed run into that 16 handle like a champ. Holy. That is crazy. QQQ still negative. Neo green, UNH still ripping. Palantir trying to go. APLD seeing some squeezing of price. APLD trying to break out to the high side. This name's probably going to sweep the highs, guys. APLD looks friggin' strong right now. That's for sure. Wow. Qs are still under a little bit of pressure. IWM still trying to firm up. APLD squeezing. Soundhound got obliterated. Look at that. Big breakdown on sound. Let's look at Joby again. Wow. TEM. This name is one that a lot of people are watching. TEM. It's looking like it's trying to break out to the high side. Qs are still seeing a little bit of sell side. AMD's got some top wicks. Nvidia's still strong though. Dixie's acting okay. IQ. Holy, look at IQ, guys. Gapping up on its earnings here. Monster move to the upside. That is filthy. UNH still showing some strength today. Palantir negative. Roblox down 1.85%. Enphase and Solar stocks doing quite well. Semiconductors are still trying to look at Nvidia, trying to hold up the SMH, guys, and Qs. Nvidia is just an absolute beast today. Are they going to pump Nvidia into new all-time highs? Looking like they will. Wow. China stocks are seeing some momentum from IQ. Tesla's made a bullish reversal back to the high side. HIMS is still under pressure. Whoa. A lot of interesting movements off of the open. A lot of interesting movements. I can't believe this EQT is dropping like a rock right now. I'm very tempted to buy down here. I'm super tempted. Nat Gas right now still a little bit weaker, down 1.82, but trying to firm up. Come on, semis. Pump it. Pump it, Sox. Let's look at the Qs. So Qs are trying to get a big push here. They're back to the green side. Is this an inverse head and shoulders now, guys? Inverse head and shoulders on the Qs. 15-minute chart here gives us an upside target of roughly 580.73. That could play out today, guys. That could play out today. Not much data on the tape, but QQQ ripping to the upside here. You can see SPY also trying to form that very similar chart pattern, but lagging just a little bit compared to the Qs. SOXX is starting to rip here. Semis are starting to fly a little bit. Qs are still trying to trigger. They haven't officially, but Nvidia is just pumping here, guys. Look at Nvidia. Oh my goodness, what a monster. What a beast. Taking all that. Yeah, Run is a monster as well, guys. Run is seeing some huge moves to the upside. Look at Run, squeezing on the back of Solar stocks. Run has surpassed my upside target of 16 today. You still have that gap fill that it wants to target. If the market remains firm, it could still make another move to the high side. You can see SOX is trying to make a move, guys. I'm bullish semis. You have to be bullish semis right now with Nvidia pushing basically again for almost new all-time highs on Nvidia. Nvidia's got a nice flag pattern. It's running into a little bit of point of control volume resistance. IWM seeing a little bit of top wicks. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady. Meta is still struggling, down 2.74%, so that's weighing a little bit on things. Run is up 12.5. BBAI getting smoked. Come on. SPY catching a really healthy bid here on the S&P. Also, see, what's really interesting, guys, right now is SPY doesn't have the same pattern as the Qs. The Qs have that inverse head and shoulders on the 15-minute. It hasn't triggered, but if it does, we got a nice bullish TP, guys, on the Qs. So SPY's not really showing me that just yet. IWM is seeing some top wick distribution. So IWM has the pattern. It hasn't triggered either. But Qs and IWM chart are looking a little bit better than the S&P 500 right now, which is kind of interesting because you are getting some participation still from healthcare. UNH still up 2%. CNC still shaking and moving, guys. Pretty crazy. Come on, Sox. Squeeze it. Squeeze it, semiconductor land. Again, if the SOXX stays firm, it should lift the markets here. Intel's down 4.7. Open seeing some more volume. That's up 12.3, guys. Wow. Let's look at RGTI, Rigetti. Rigetti going through a bit of backing and filling. Let's look at SMR. SMR is getting close, guys. I want to see that. We discussed that in the pre-market. We need to see SMR go a little bit lower. Let's look at uranium. Uranium holding steady. Oklo coming in a little bit. So semis are still trying to hold firm here. Come on, give us a push and breakout on the SOXX here. I want to see that. That would be very, very good to see the SOXX break out. Nice little red to green reversal. Ethereum still under pressure. BMNR still under pressure. Rivian's negative. SPY's trying to hold steady here. Nvidia is still a champ, holding this market to the upside. SoundHound down 6. BMNR down 5.6. BBAI down 5. Run is still up 11. Nvidia up 0.8. Intel down 4.8. BTAI up 19. Wolf up 11. Open up 12.3. Let's look at AEO. Sydney Sweeney. Is anything catching a bid there? Yeah, this is catching a nice little bid. Sydney Sweeney looking like they want to try to target that gap this week, guys. If you're wanting to take some lotto upside calls this week into that 1350 strike, gap fill, that could play out. Could play out. Interesting. So right now we're seeing semiconductors strong. QQQ has a little bit of top wicks forming because you have weakness in Meta. Look at Meta, guys. That is free falling. I don't even know if there's news on Meta. I didn't really check it in the pre-market. Coming into a nice little interesting opportunity here. Sweeping some liquidity lows. There is a bit of a long potential scalp here on Meta, guys. Down 3.25%. Sweeping the lows. Yep, there's a long here on Meta. Once Meta starts to bottom, it's going to absolutely rip the Qs here. S&P 500, still trying to hold steady, guys. QQQ, still trying to hold steady. IWM, coming through, a little bit of backing and filling. Let's look at regional banks. Those are weak on the tape. That's why the IWM's made that nasty little reversal. Let's look at biotech and retail. So biotech still holding firm, guys. A lot of capital still trying to chase biotechs flowing to the upside here. Let's look at your retail stocks. XRT. XRT still holding steady. Nike looking strong, guys. Nike's trying to break out of this high of day here. Looking very, very good. How's Lululemon looking? Yeah, Lululemon's looking good, guys. So retail stocks are looking quite interesting here. ANF also trying to make a really big push to the upside. So there's some clear strength in retail stocks today. Semiconductors. Let's look at our sector analysis quickly. So yeah, you have tech green, healthcare green, utilities green, industrials green, retail green. Everything else is negative. Energy getting hit really hard today. XLE. So there's some clear rotation back into your semiconductors. That's what I'm observing right now. Taiwan Semi green, SMCI green, Micron green, AMD green, Nvidia green, ASML green. That's why your SOX is at the highs and your QQQ is still off of that pivot. You can see the clear divergence. SOX is starting to squeeze here, guys. Come on. Come on. And remember, I'm writing the SOXL $28 calls, guys. We entered those on Friday. SOX upside calls. I think that this one is going to retrace at least 50% of this down move. So if we take a fib retrace from this low pivot, I think SOX is going to squeeze to 28.18 today. That's where I could see it. SPY obviously still looking a little bit heavier here. A little bit heavier. Look at the S&P going through some near-term distribution. That is filthy. That's a pretty decent decline. IWM holding steady now, guys. IWM holding steady. Should see some. If you're wanting to go long the IWM here with a stop loss at the low of day, I have no issues with that. IWM is looking juicy right now. Qs are getting faded. S&P getting faded. SOX are trying to hold steady here. Look at the S&P right back down to the lows. Ethereum still down 3.4. Really no movement yet in the Dixie. Nat gas trying to firm up. Gold trying to see a sell-off. Alright guys, I'm looking at going long the IWM here. Come on, give me a little bit. Let's see what we got here. I'm looking at 228 0 DTEs on the IWM, 228 zeros on the IWM, guys. I'll let you know when I take the fill. Amazon's looking a little bit weaker right now. Still have Nvidia acting well, AMD acting okay. Semis are still trying to firm up and hold this market. Again, I'm looking at IWM 228 calls, guys. IWM 228 calls look juicy. I'm waiting for this 15-minute candle to close. Look at that 5-minute reversal back to the high side on IWM. Again, I'm already in SOX L $28 calls for end of the week. Come on. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but still acting okay. S&P 500 trying to stabilize a little bit. SOX is still trying to push. Alright, IWM going for its opening range high breakout here, guys. IWM is starting to shake and move. SOX is still trying to press. SOX L still trying to press. Look at IWM. Starting to squeeze. Big move up. SOX L starting to rip. Come on. Take our $28 calls green. Squeeze it. IWM going for that high range breakout. So I'm looking now for the surge back test of opening range high to get long on IWM. I never officially took an entry, but wow, look at them squeeze that name. That would have been a clinical entry into the IWM. Big surge. BMNR is still weak. EQT is still weak. HIMS is still weak. Carvana acting well. Microsoft is green. CNC, UNH still acting well. AMD back to the negative side. Canopy Growth doing well today. Palantir still negative. Roblox down another 3% on RBLX, guys. I'm looking at trimming the rest of my Roblox here, guys. Actually, you know what? We'll let it try to sweep the lows. I'm going to still ride my puts. We took a bunch of profits on Roblox, so one more sweep of the lows on Roblox, guys, and I'll look to get out of my put options. But, wow. SMR is still coming in. EQT still coming in. IWM still squeezing. Look at EQT trying to bounce here. Wow. That is filthy. Hood down a couple percent. Come on, Soxel. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. Let's look at some of these biotechs, because biotechs are showing some strength today, guys. So VKTX, another name that's acting quite well. Baba's still strong. Novo Nordisk, Enphase, still a beast, ripping here on ENPH. FSLR. Come on, Soxel, squeeze it. Look at First Solar coming in a little bit. SPY's starting to catch a bit. Nvidia is still holding up 1.1%, leading the mega caps. Meta right now still getting absolutely dusted. Absolutely dusted on Meta. Come on, Soxel. Soxel's trying to break out. Let's get it. Let's get it. Come on. Push it, baby. Push it. Squeeze it, Sox. Meta's still struggling. Let's look at the S&P 500. SPY's trying to make a nice little bullish recovery. IWM. So the backtest to buy on IWM is coming into play. Why isn't it populating my zone here? Alright, so your opening range backtest is your first aggressive area to buy. I'd wait for a 227. I'd wait for a whole retest of this 5-minute candle. But IWM is strong, strong, strong. Dixie's trying to make a move here. Tesla still holding up green. Netflix, JP Morgan, Lilly are negative. Come on, Sox. Keep squeezing. IWM trying to go for another high of day push. Come on, Soxel. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You got more. Nvidia seeing a little bit of top book distribution. Will AMD start to try to float to the green side? Potentially. It's still negative on AMD. That's the next big one to watch for semis. Look at Intel just absolutely ripping to the upside. 2-year yield slightly green. What else we got shaking and moving? Open still up about 15%. Beasting. BBAI still coming through a bit of distribution right now. Run is seeing a little bit of selling and profit taking off that $16 level. I'd be careful with that, chasing that name up that much. GDRX, wow. That's a beast today. That's acting quite well. How's Foot Locker? Foot Locker did report earnings and they are pushing to the upside. Nike still acting well. Let's look at On Semiconductors, ON. ON's trying to firm up. The S&P is going through a little bit of selling right now. So SPY is seeing some distribution. Qs and SPY are still negative. IWM holding steady, guys. But Qs and SPY are getting sold into. Look at the IWM. It's definitely your strongest. Stocks are getting sold into. Look at the S&P 500 here. SPY getting ripped right back down to the lows, guys. Wow, look at that reversal back down on SPY. Qs right back down to the lows. Holy moly. What the heck happened? Amazon Meta just dripped lower. Microsoft went negative. So they absolutely smoked the Qs right back down to the lows, guys. Right back down. That is a filthy decline on the QQQ indices. IWM still holding steady, but the Qs are coming in, and Qs are making new lows on the tape. That is nasty. That is nasty. Seeing stocks looking a little bit like a reversal there. Ethereum still down 3.61%. QQQ looks like it wants to sweep that low now. Some troublesome price action in the Qs. Still potentially just roping out that long liquidity. Semis are still trying to hold steady. Nvidia, AMD, a little bit of top book distribution. Dixie's coming in. Apple, Google, Nvidia, Tesla still green. Amazon, Meta, Microsoft weighing in on the market right now. Bitcoin still down about 2%. Crude oil negative by half. Nat gas negative. EQT, guys, is still potentially an ARB opportunity. Down 4%, and we're trying to see natural gas make this red to green reversal. So look at nat gas, red to green reversal. Is that a bit of an arbitrage opportunity in EQT? It's looking like it might be, guys. EQT. Wow, look at the S&P 500 getting real heavy here now. Real heavy on the S&P. S&P getting heavy. IWM still at the highs of the tape, which is telling us that people are still buying risk assets. So IWM not really seeing any sort of a downside move. Look at it, IWM still holding at the highs. That's an impressive trend to see. It looks like this chart pattern on IWM is holding pretty steady here, guys. QQQ trying to get a bit of a bounce here. SPY right now still seeing a little bit of buying off the 643 zone. Semis are still holding green for the time being. Pretty large divergence in individual ETFs this morning, guys. Very big divergence in ETFs. HIMS is still down 1.3 but catching a bit of a bid. MSOS up 4. BMNR down 7.8. Sound down 6. EQT down 4. Archer is now negative. Come on, Sox. Get your big butt up there. SPY still seeing a little bit of distribution off of these zones. Retesting that opening range low. It's still holding above prior day low. But it looks like they might want to sweep that prior day low, guys, on SPY. You have your EMA 113 sitting here at 642.31. That should be a bounce area. If they sweep this lower pivot liquidity, that should be a bounce area for SPY. Nvidia is still holding steady. Bitcoin still struggling. Microsoft struggling. Amazon struggling. Meta struggling. Tesla getting sold into at the highs. AMD seeing a little bit of distribution. Healthcare stocks still absolutely flying. UNH up 2.5%. CNC up 3.62%. You still have remarkable strength in your XLV. Remarkable strength in XBI. And obviously remarkable strength in your IWM in comparison to the S&P 500 and Qs. Semiconductors are still holding positive on the SOX L despite the Qs and SPY negative. So what I'm observing intraday is if semis and small caps are green, as long as they remain green, this market still has a strong chance of rallying off of the lows today. Okay? Qs are trying to catch a bit of a bid. Microsoft still negative. Amazon, Meta. Meta's trying to catch a bit of a bid off of the lows. Dixie has got some top wicks on the US dollar. 10-year yield, 2-year yield slightly green. Semis are getting a little bit more distribution here on SOX L. China stocks still acting quite well. Roblox still down 3.8. Palantir down 1.7. Hood down 3. So you're still seeing some of your market leaders really struggling on the tape here. Viable level on SPY is this 642.28. AMD going for its prior day low. So AMD is looking a little bit heavier here. Nvidia still holding up like a champ right now. AMD is getting a little bit heavier here. That's not a good sign for the SOX. AMD getting heavy. It's a big weighting in SOX, but you still have kind of a rather big divergence. Nvidia is still holding steady here at the highs, AMD at the lows. So a really large divergence. Let's look at Broadcom, AVGO. AVGO at the lows. Intel right now trying to hold a balance. Micron still trying to hold a balance here. Very interesting. All right, S&P still looking a little bit heavier here. Q's holding steady. All right, IWM is hitting a bit of a long zone here, guys. IWM is hitting a bit of a long, aggressive long zone. All right, I'm long the Russell, guys. Half position long, 228 calls, 36 cents. Still melting. QQQ going for a low. S&P still a little bit weak here. AMD still at the lows. SPY tapping prior day low. Qs are tapping prior day low. But I'm long the Russell. IWM 228 calls. We waited for the backtest of the 5-minute EMA. Where I'd consider adding my other half is around this opening range low, if need be. If need be. SPY's still looking heavy here, guys. Testing that prior day low on SPY. Look at the market weakness. It's really S&P 500 coming in here hard. Coming in hard on the S&P. Let's see if they want to get a little bit of a bid here. Silver Junior's under pressure. SPY is a buy around this EMA. IWM still trying to come in. Qs are still trying to come in a little bit. SOX are trying to come in a little bit. Everything's still looking a little bit heavier here, but we'll see if we get a bounce. I am waiting for IWM to try to firm up. We're buying the back test on IWM. SPY trying to catch a bit of a bid. Let's see if they want to prop this Russell back up. SPY's trying here. IWM still trying here. Still looking a little bit heavier here on the Russell. Semis, the whole entire market right now. QQQ still coming in a little bit. SPY's trying to hold this prior day low. Come on, IWM. Let's look back to the SPY right now. SPY's still trying to hold steady. Microsoft still a little bit weak. IWM is trying to hold and grind here. IWM is trying to hold. Biotechs are still under a little bit of pressure. Regional banks are trying to firm up off of the lows here. Retail stocks are still charging. SPY's trying to bounce. Semis are trying to bounce. Qs, Nvidia still holding steady. Come on, rip this market back up. Rip it. Rip IWM. Come on, baby. Let's go. Pumping. Everyone had an opportunity to enter that IWM trade. Everyone's had an opportunity to enter SOX L. We are long and strong. Buying that retest that I discussed. We've been patient off of that 15-minute opening range breakout. We're not out of the woodwork yet, but we're slightly green on our call options. Let's see what we can get here. Come on, pump this market back up. It's a Monday morning. There's fresh liquidity. Let's get it. Nvidia, a little bit of near-term distribution on Nvidia. SPY's trying to bounce here, guys. A very interesting level on the S&P 500 is this previous little breakout trend line. If you drag a trend line back from these pivot highs, you can see SPY has retested the previous little breakout zone, full round trip. So hopefully this is a higher low on the major indices. But that being said, the IWM is starting to move, guys. We're picking the strongest indice to trade long. We're picking the two strongest indices to trade long. Relative strength is a serious thing in this market. You have a lot of trend traders, momentum traders. So we're just trying to trade with a little bit of this trend today. Come on, S&P. AMD is still going lower, which is why the stocks haven't made a bigger move to the upside. Come on, IWM. Let's see what we got. SPY still trying to hold steady. Nvidia trying to hold steady. SOXX is trying to move. You have Apple up 0.4, Google up 0.3, Nvidia up 1. IWM leading the charge right now across the indices. It is the only indice green. S&P stronger than Qs. Qs are your laggers due to the fact that Meta is down 2.89, Amazon down 0.8, Netflix down 0.04, JP Morgan down 0.58. Dixie gold has now gone negative slightly. Crude oil still down 0.6. Natural gas down 1. Bitcoin still down 2. You have some strength coming back into your semiconductors. Look at the big push in SOXX. IWM's probably next. You have the S&P 500 trying to firm up here, guys. Nvidia is going for a new high. AMD bouncing off of prior day low. Still negative on the tape, which tells me if AMD goes positive, this SOXX can hit some upside targets here. SPY starting to make a move. Come on, SPY. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. IWM lagging a little bit now, as opposed to the SPY and Qs are trying to take a little bit of leadership here. Getting a big bounce. You still have that potential inverse head and shoulders on the Qs, guys. Hasn't triggered, but you still have a potential. You're still coming off of a higher low on the Qs, which is a short-term positive. So we'll have to watch and monitor that closely. So QQQ certainly looking like it wants to maybe pull itself out of the woodwork here and trigger a bullish pattern. We'll watch for that closely. IWM, we're still waiting on IWM to firm up here. Still trying to hold that opening range 5-minute backtest. Catching a little bit of a bid right now. QQQ still trying to push here a little bit. SPY is trading underneath its point of control but above prior day low. Still a lot of interesting mixed price action. Nvidia is still strong, guys. Look at Nvidia, still trying to push to the upside. World's largest stock here is still trying to make a move. Let's look at Apple. Apple is also looking pretty firm at the highs here, guys. Microsoft looking a little bit weak still. Meta still looking weak but trying to firm up off of the lows. Amazon still going through a bit of backing and filling consolidation. Google right now still trying to firm up off of the lows. AMD, once AMD firms up, we should get semiconductors to absolutely rip. This name has just been going through its own backing and filling price action. So we're still just waiting on these markets to try to firm up. Come on, come on. SPY's catching a really sizable bid. IWM not really participating just as much. Still green though in IWM. I still think we're going to get some relative strength based price action on the Russell. Nvidia is still trying to press to the upside. QQQ at a really pivotal level here, guys. So QQQ is retesting this little bit of a breakdown trend line here. You can see pivot low to pivot low. If it can get back inside this wedge, it should go for another attempt at breaking out. Should. Watch that closely. SPY still trying to hold steady. Regional banks are curling down, which is why the Russell hasn't caught a bigger move to the upside. IE saying Oracle eating dirt. So cloud stocks are going through a bit of distribution, and that's also because Microsoft is negative. Yeah, look at Oracle down sharply on the session. Let's look at Net, Cloudflare, also down sharply on the session. IGV, also down sharply. Let's look at CDNS, Cadence Systems. That one's also under load pressure. How's Adobe doing? Wow, Adobe's pushing to the high side here. So Adobe's one of those cloud names that are actually negating a bit of that bearish trend today. Seeing some nice positive price action on ADBE. Very interesting. IWM, I'm still waiting on this Russell to try to firm up at these lows here. Or sorry, at these opening range. Coming in a little bit. AMD still struggling. SPY right now, still trying to hold steady. QQQ, still trying to hold steady. AVGO at the lows, AMD at the lows, EQT still getting hit. Carvana still negative. Or sorry, Carvana still doing well today. Soundhound, BMNR, Ethereum still getting wrecked. ETH is down about 4% on the tape. Roblox, Palantir. Palantir still down sharply. PLTR still continuing to see a sharp decline at the lows of the tape, looking extremely bearish. Look at that move down on PLTR. I like it a lot. I like it a lot, guys. I really, really do. So IWM trying to make a move higher here as the S&P 500 sees a little bit more top wick sell side pressure. Joby down 5%. Thank you for that alert. I appreciate that very much. Yep. It's certainly under pressure, Joby. SPY still hanging in there. Look at the IWM. IWM's trying to make a move higher. Look at Joby getting absolutely rocked here. Yep. Nasty head and shoulders trigger formation. You are coming into some support. This little bit of a wick low support. Probably wants to do a liquidity sweep, but just be careful. Small caps are still catching a bid here, so this is a name that could catch some speculative liquidity, especially if small caps try to move up here. I'm honestly considering covering some of my PLTR commons down here. Testing a wide range green bar candle. AMD still struggling. Nvidia holding steady. IWM still trying to make a move here. Stocks are still seeing some top wick distribution. SPY still seeing a little bit of distribution here on the 5-minute chart. QQQ coming in. IWM still trying to hold steady, guys. We're up slightly on our IWM calls. Still seeing the markets under a little bit of near-term distribution. Come on, S&P, Qs, IWM, all push back up. Bitcoin still down 2% on the tape. How's PanW doing today? Because I know they have earnings coming up. PanW. That's all obviously trying to catch a bit of a bid. Bitcoin's still struggling. Meta's still really struggling here. Roblox Hood PLTR still down quite sharply. ETH is still struggling. Apple still at 0.14 but fading a little bit. Nvidia still at 1%, holding steady. Microsoft still slightly negative. Google slightly positive. Amazon Meta still negative. SPY right now trying to find a little bit of support here. A little bit of support. AMD trying to recapture its prior day low. AVGO trying to recapture its prior day low. Come on, markets. IWM still trying to float and grind, guys. Still pressing those 228 zeros. Come on. Give it to us. Give us a big push to the upside here. Let's see these bulls. We've gone through a nice amount of little distribution, especially in your high flyers. You know, your names that have been strong. Roblox, Palantir, Meta. Those have been your ferocious leaders in recent sessions, and now they've been going through a lot of sell-side price action. I'm tempted to buy EQT down here, guys. I've been watching that. How's AR doing as well? AR also down sharply. Wow, well off of the lows. Look at that monster decline. That is a nice breakdown right into a little bit of a high volume pivot zone. Ooh, I'm tempted. I'm very tempted, guys. AR EQT is more of the leader in the nat gas space. You can see, look at the full force buying program that's coming in, but AR certainly looking like it might want to also play catch up here. Let me look at this nat gas intraday chart again. Yeah, that's still making a nice bullish reversal, nat gas. Going through a bit of consolidation, but not a bad, still negative on the tape, but not looking too bad. Wow. IWM, guys, breaking to the high side. Our calls are waking up here. 228 calls. Let's pump it. Let's pump it. Come on. Let's go, Russell. Push this baby. Semis are next. Come on. Come on, IWM. Keep squeezing it. Keep squeezing it. Ooh, that's very interesting. Gapping right down over that. Come on, IWM. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Semis are now coming in a little bit. Nvidia is seeing some top wick distribution. SPY still trying to hold steady. Intel still down 1.7. AMD still looking a little bit weaker. Qs and SPY are still negative. Come on, squeeze socks back up. Come on. IWM still trying to make a move to the high side. SPY still seeing a little bit of distribution. AVGO, AMD still trying to firm up a little bit. IWM still trying to act well here, pushing for 228. We're not too far away from 228 calls getting in the money, guys. Guys, I'm looking at AR calls. UVXY, getting an alert on that, hitting new lows. SPY's trying to make a move. IWM calls are starting to wake up here. SOX is still trying to make a move to the downside. Starfur is saying open short around $4. I'll take a peek at that in a second. I'm just entering a swing trade here. IWM still trying to squeeze here, guys. Look at IWM 228s are printing here, guys. Printing. Look at IWM squeezing, guys. Our calls are absolutely flying here. I want these 228s in the money. Give us a new high of day. Again, that is a beautiful trade so far. Still waiting for semis to firm up. But look at the IWM. Let's look at open for Sarfaraz. Open is a beast right now. It's a strong chart. $4 short, right above that high pivot. It's aggressive. It's very aggressive. I mean, it could work out for a scalp. Yeah, it could work out. But let me just see something else here. But you could also try to squeeze all the way up to 415, 420. I'd be careful because the IWM is the strong indice right now, so that's the only thing that scares me. I'll wait. If it gets to 416, let me know, and I might take it. SOX, we're still waiting on SOX to try to firm up here. SPY right now, still just chopping around. NVIDIA is still holding up point of control. AMD trying to firm up now. We could see SOX try to make a run here, guys. AVGO Broadcom looking quite swell right now. Come on. AEO getting absolutely knifed here. IWM, come on, give us a squeeze, IWM. Give us a squeeze. S&P 500 looking a little bit more constructive here. A lot more constructive, actually. Potential little 2-minute inverse head and shoulders. We'll see if it can trigger, guys. SOX is coming down again. Look at AR, guys. AR could be trying to make a move to the upside here. It could be following suit with EQT. Natural gas still trying to make a little bit of a potential red to green reversal. New high of day for nat gas. Watch these nat gas equities. They are shaping up for a nice bullish reversal. SPY trying to make a move here. Look at this. Come on. Squeeze this. Squeeze this market. SPY is trying to break this inverse head and shoulders. We got about a $1 move to the upside on SPY, and that is just a very near-term target intraday. It could still surpass that. SOX are trying to make a move. SPY's trying to break out here, guys. Come on, SOX trying to hold that point of control. Look at the squeezing in in SPY. SPY is starting to rip here. Absolutely flying. Qs are ripping. Nvidia up 1.27, new high of day. Meta, Amazon trying to firm up. AMD trying to recapture that prior day. Come on, IWM, keep squeezing. Keep squeezing this market. A little bit of resistance coming into play for the S&P 500 with this downsloping trend line. But we get through this EMA and this downsloping trend line, we're off to the races here, guys. We will be off to the races. Come on, markets, give us a nice pump. SPY just turned green, guys. QQQ still lagging. IWM still leading. Come on, give us a nice pump. Starbucks doing well today. Viking Therapeutics doing very well today. Icon Enterprises down sharply. Interesting. Semiconductors, are they going to go through a bit of a run here? We could potentially see that. Tesla up 0.7. UNH still squeezing. IWM, guys. SPY is squeezing. Our IWM calls are also printing here. 228s looking like we're going to get them in the money very shortly, especially if SPY continues to maintain this strength here. Look at this breakout on SPY, trying to test a breakout trend line. We break out of this trend line and we're off to the races here, guys. Come on, SPY. Give it to us. Semiconductors are trying to firm up. SPY's breaking out here. SOXL still green. Come on. Look at the Qs. Qs are absolutely ripping to the upside here. Monster push on the Qs. Inverse head and shoulders on the larger time frame still on watch, guys. QQQ inverse head and shoulders. IWM 228 calls are printing to the money side, guys. In the money on IWM 228s. Beautiful move there. That's stunning. I am not trimming yet. But those calls absolutely printed, guys. Everyone should have caught that trade with us. That's a huge move. Beautiful. I love it. Now the next thing we need to get these SOXL calls in the money. They're at the end of the weeks, so at least we got our 0 DTEs on IWM in the money. But the next one is next one to squeeze is our SOXL calls. Qs are seeing a little bit of top wick, but looking very constructive here. We're still looking very constructive. Come on, SOXL. Look at those IWM calls printing to the upside, guys. Give us more, IWM. Give us more. Take us to the high side, baby. Where could we go on the Russell today? Well, next resistance on the Russell lies here at 228.63-ish, guys. That's really the next resistance on the Russell, all the way up here. Shows you how much we could rally. So we got a lot of meat on the bone for this trade. There's a lot of potential room to run on the IWM, guys. Let's let these calls squeeze. NVIDIA new high of day. IWM's absolutely melting here to the upside. Bang, bang. Monday morning, first trade of the session. We are printing to the upside, guys. I absolutely love it. Please make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't. But that is an alpha opportunity right there on IWM 0 DTEs. We were patient. We waited. We didn't chase the breakout. We waited for the back test of your 5-minute EMA. Pick that low, and we are squeezing to the upside. If you're wanting to trim a little bit in money here, by all means, it's probably wise. But I still think we got quite a bit of momentum. Quite a bit of momentum to the upside here, guys. Come on, Sox, get going. Get your big butt up there. Qs are still holding at that previous little resistance trend line. But we should get through there, I suspect. There's some 5-minute chart resistance, your opening range high. EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. So a little bit of backing and filling is probably in store. A little bit of top wicks on the Russell 2000. QQQ as well. Seeing some minor sell side pressure off of that resistance zone. Heavy downward pressure move there. We'll see if that wants to shape up for another buy the dip candle. Maybe a 5-minute. What a reversal down there. 10:30 a.m. hits and they dump it off of that resistance. IWM still saw a pretty hard reversal. Soxel still trying to hold steady. AMD getting hit hard. Tesla still at 0.9. Russell 2000 getting hit pretty hard. Selling in the Qs there. Look at that reversal down. Look at the selling in SPY. My oh my, that is a filthy down candle in the market. That is filthy. I don't know if there was news on that, but that is nasty. Whoa, what a freaking trap there. What a bull trap. Right back down to the lows. That is nasty, guys. That thing is filthy. Oh my goodness gracious me. What a dump there. What an absolute dump. Talk about intraday swing from the high to the low. That is just downright dirty. They are playing some serious games today. That is for sure. These algos are dialed in today to absolutely trap people on both ends. Interestingly enough, those semis didn't see that decline like SPY and Qs did there. So NVIDIA is still holding steady. AMD saw a pretty nasty top wick, but still a name that's trying to firm up at these lows here. AVGO, another one that's trying to firm up at the lows here. Intel, another one that's trying to firm up off of its lows. NVIDIA is just in a world of its own as per usual. Come on, Sox. SOX are still holding its point of control. SPY, big bounce back up on SPY. Look at those wicks. Nasty sell-offs. Big reversals. That is absolutely filthy, guys. Filthy, filthy, filthy. SOXL trying to make a move here. Pump it. Big bounce on the Qs again. IWM back testing its opening range high, guys. So IWM sitting right on its opening range high. If we look at that 15-minute chart, you can see that is a bullish back test of your OR high. SOX are trying to break out here. Come on, SOX. Give it a move to the upside. QQQ still has an inverse head and shoulders. That looks pretty likely. IWM still trying to hold steady. SOX are still trying to make a move. Is this inverse head and shoulders on the Qs going to trigger today? We'll see. We will see. SPY trying to firm up still. Wow, look at this TEM getting gobbled up to the extremes. Remarkable. IWM guys trying to firm up yet again. Back to 227.90 on the Russell 2000. We are still riding upside calls. Sat through some pretty impressive volatility. Is this an inverse head and shoulders pattern on the Russell chart? Are we going to squeeze? The Russell's heavily made out of retail stocks, XRT, which are green today. The Russell's heavily comprised of biotech, which is green today, and regional banks, which is lagging a little bit today. So if regional banks start to firm up, we should start to see the Russell make a move to the high side. SOX is trying to make a push here. Big push on SOX. See SOXL here? SOXL trying to get above its opening range high. Come on, SOX. Break out of this point of control volume area. IWM still trying to charge here. S&P 500 still trying to make a move. Lessman, whoa. Trading for just over an hour here. IWM 228 calls. We're still waiting on them to push a little bit higher. They did get in the money there by a nice degree. But SPY obviously took a bit of a downside move. NVIDIA looking a little bit heavier here. IWM still going for 228 again, guys. SPY just chopping around here. Let's look at open again for SARF. Yeah, so almost, you could have, it never quite hit $4, but retesting its opening range. SPY getting a little bit of top wicks. IWM, guys, back to 228 and squeezing here, guys. Come on, IWM. Take us to a new high of day. We are punching to the high side here, guys. Come on, stocks. Squeeze it. So 228 calls are back green in the money, guys. On IWM, SPY's still seeing a little bit of near-term distribution. Look at that, new high of day for the Russell. Calls are printing, guys. Almost up 100%. Let's squeeze the Russell. Again, no real resistance until we get to this 228.65 zone. Big punch through, Russell. Big punch through. Please hit that like button, guys. IWM has been a payer today, making money on that trade. AMD, new low of days. That's hurting. That's influencing the SOX. The fact that SOX is holding steady here and AMD is at the lows, that's actually some relative strength. AMD is the heaviest weighting in SOX, and it's still trying to hold steady here, guys. That is crazy. AR right back down to the lows. Run still up 10%. BMNR down 5. ETH still down 3.71. Testing 4,300 again. Come on, give us another push here in the equity markets. Give us another push. AMD is still knifing to the downside here. Fuse and SPY are still struggling a little bit. Look at SPY. Trying to hold, but struggling. SPY could be shaping up a very large inverse head and shoulders, guys. Very large. You can clearly see it here. If this breaks out, we'll see if they want to trigger this inverse head and shoulders on SPY. That would be a pretty big pattern. IWM still at 228. NVIDIA coming in a little bit. SOX are seeing some top wicks. SPY still coming in. Meta still down 2.5% on the tape, guys. Space stocks are doing quite well. ASTS, Rocket Labs, pushing. This is a very large SPY inverse head and shoulders building, guys. It's very large. That gives us an even higher upside target on SPY. Gives us a move to call it about 645.50-ish. AMD almost at its gap fill. AMD almost coming into that gap fill. So if AMD starts to bottom here, it's going to really catch and help that SOXX. Nvidia coming in a little bit, trying to lose that prior day high retest zone. We'll see if this is just a big liquidity grab before they pump and break out SOX. SPY still holding steady here. IWM still acting decently well. Again, very large bullish pattern forming on SPY here, guys. Very large. QQQ has it as well. Hasn't triggered, but they are building momentum here in the S&P 500. There's some accumulation going on here. Are they going to give us the breakout? We've got some bullish inverses. Very close to triggering. Stocks is still at the highs. AMD trying to catch a bit of a bid off of the lows. Nvidia still coming in a touch. Rigetti's green, AEO's green, Costco, Adobe green, Lulu's pumping up 3% back above 200 like a champ. What else we got going on? Clorox negative, ANF up 4, Unity up 3%. SPY still coming in a little bit. Come on, SOX. Firm up here. Silver slightly green. Walmart's green. Intel still down 1.38. Are there any soccer fans in the chat? I'm pleased to have the English Premier League back. My team won on the weekend. Happy to say that. We've also got Spanish League, La Liga starting back up, Bundesliga, Serie A, French League. We've got lots of soccer starting back up. Football's in preseason. S&P still trying to firm. Notice the relative strength here in SOX. There's an underlying bid coming into these semis, guys. Considering SPY and Qs are still seeing a little bit of distribution. We're still waiting for these markets to shake out some of these weak hands. Volume trends will lighten up around that 11 a.m. time frame, and we'll see if we can catch a bid. Nvidia is curling down, so that's been one of the stronger mag names on the tape, but it is starting to curl down a little bit. AMD still at the lows, going into its gap fill. A little bit heavier price action in the Qs. We are seeing these markets roll a little bit, with Nvidia seeing a hard 15-minute sell candle. AMD still looking heavy here. SOX are still green on the tape. Carvana shaking and moving today. That's up 2.5%, guys. Microsoft down 0.4. UNH still up 3.81%. That is a filthy move on UNH. That is crazy, guys. I can't believe UNH, our 340 calls are almost in the money. Not too far away from 340s getting in the money. There is some resistance here. There's definitely some resistance here. But it still has some room to run. Just with how oversold it is on the weekly time frame. I mean, UNH, we're printing up over 100% on both sets of calls. We got still November. I mean, we got till mid-November for 340 to hit, which is only about 8% away. That is crazy. Those should get in the money. All right, SPY starting to see a little bit of top wick distribution here, guys. Still coming in, shaking out people. Getting a little bit heavier here on SPY. Trying to retest that opening range low. Are they shaking out people before the bigger move to the upside? Or is this just one bullish liquidity trap? Qs are coming back down to its prior day low. Nvidia only up 0.38%. So Nvidia's really sold off here. Really sold off. AMD coming in hard here, guys. AMD has knifed through its gap fill. Point of control is around 173.53. So that's coming in pretty hard. Qs are looking heavy. SOX is looking a little bit heavier here. QQQ just made a new low of day, guys. Is this a big liquidity grab? A Q's just made a new low of day. That is troublesome. Come on, big liquidity grab for the Qs. Big liquidity grab. So QQQ inverse head and shoulders no longer exists. Neither does the SPY one. SPY just negated it. That is looking very, very bad. That sell pressure. Wow. AMD is just absolutely printing to the downside here. Knifing through its gap fill. That is a nasty decline. Doing a liquidity sweep over this whole consolidation range, guys, on the S&P 500. So you hit that low pivot liquidity. Let's see if they want to bounce it now as they stop people out. But you've swept the lows briefly there. Nvidia is still looking a little heavier here. SPY trying to stabilize. IWM still holding positive on the tape. Definitely your stronger indice. SPY's technically just doing a bigger backtest of this breakout trend line. So larger time frame on SPY is still acting okay, but definitely some interesting sell side pressure hitting. Look at this interesting parallel that we're hitting. Pivot high to pivot high. Pivot low to pivot low. Let's see if that holds, guys. Interesting SPY channel. Very interesting. Big bounce on SPY occurring. Hitting that 15-minute EMA 113. We'll see how that holds, or if it holds. Surprisingly, even through that decline, SOXL still holding positive price action. And when we look at semiconductors here, guys, SOX, there's still some strength. Nvidia green. Your three biggest other boys in the SOX are negative, so if those can firm up, we'll see some strength. But you've got some participation across the indice. You got Taiwan green, SMCI green, Micron strong, Ambarella, Skyworks, Qualcomm, LSCC, NXPI, CRUS. You got some participation in semis across the board. It's just your big three have been going through some heavy selling here. And obviously Nvidia was strong and went through a bit of 30-minute sell side pressure. So there is a little broad participation in the semis here, which should help this market as long as your big three move up here. RSP starting to show some strength. Look at RSP, guys. Positive on the tape, but you still have SPY. So there's a lot of relative strength in this market today. You're getting some broad market participation, which is helpful for the overall trend to at least try to make another push to the upside. IWM making another push for 228 again. Gold is still negative. Nat gas down 1%. Crude oil is about to go positive on the tape. Come on, SOX. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. Q's bouncing off of its prior day low. still squeezing. UNH still up 3.85%. That is freaking crazy on UNH, guys. That is crazy. All right, let's look at. We are crushing our UNH 340 calls, guys, for November and for January. We're absolutely crushing them. They're printing over $18 right now. That is a filthy move. Let's go SOX. Let's go SPY. Let's go IWM. SOXX starting to print, guys. Let's see if SOX L can really start to squeeze here, guys. Again, I still think we can get 28.30. And then even if we get a nice squeeze in the market, Monday squeeze, 28.70 prior day high. Come on down. Come on, SOX. Breakout. Breakout here. Big bounce on the Qs. IWM pushing right back up for 228, guys. Still riding those calls to the high side. I've been patient with these names. SPY's catching a really sizable bid. Look at the Russell 2000. Still think Russell can move all the way to 228.70 here, guys. Come on, SOX. Breakout here. Give me a break. Want that high of day break. SPY's starting to make a move here. Strong move on the S&P. It's been wild price action today. Lots of intraday volatility, ripping people up and out. Lots of volatility on the 0DT front. Come on, IWM 228 calls back in the money, guys. Back in the money. SPY's absolutely flying right now to the high side. IWM's flying right now to the high side. Beautiful. We're up over 15 cents a contract here, guys. Up over 15 cents a contract here on the IWM, but I'm looking for more. I want a new high of day. Give it to me, IWM. Give it to me. SPY still acting well. Let's keep that Russell chart on since we're trading long. AVGO looking a little bit better here. AMD still looking heavy, which is why the SOX hasn't officially broken out here. AMD still looking heavy. Nvidia is still backing and filling a little bit after that initial sell side program. But could this be a large inverse head and shoulders on Nvidia's chart? Maybe. Maybe we're starting to carve out the right shoulder. We will see what gives us here. That would be a pretty monstrous right shoulder. Broadcom AVGO trying to break out for a little bit of a bearish pattern. So AVGO also a heavy weighted stock in the SOXX. looking a little bit better here intraday after it had a nice hard sell-off. We still need AMD though to firm up off of the lows. That stock is a big weighting in the SOX ETF. It's the largest weighting in the SOX ETF. Split back to the S&P. S&P seeing a little bit of top wick sell side pressure. IWM back under 228. SPY still seeing a little bit of selling. SPY and Qs are still negative. IWM up 0.35%. IWM is still giving us higher lows, higher highs. SPY right now is not giving us that same bullish signal. It's giving us a bit of lower lows, lower highs. Obviously, any pattern can be negated, so we'll watch for it. SOX is trying to move up here. IWM back to 228, guys. Calls are back in the money. Come on, squeeze the Russell, squeeze it. VIX is down 2.2. You've had your Dow Jones Industrial Average go positive. Microsoft still lagging, down 0.36. Apple still down 0.4. Google still down 0.7. Amazon down 0.29. Meta down 2.47. Tesla's up 0.77. So out of your mag names, Nvidia and Tesla are holding steady. But there's a lot more broad participation. We looked at RSP. RSP is showing strength. So at some point you have to favor the mega cap techs, your big boys, to catch a continuation bid to really propel this market higher. We will certainly watch for that. QQQ right now still lagging a little bit. RSP coming in a little bit here. You can see SOX is trying to hold this breakout trend line. Point of control on the daily. 7-day moving average. Come on, Sammys, break us to the high side. Break us to the high side. AMD, AVGO trying to firm up. Nvidia catching some wick energy here. We could be setting up for the next leg here, guys. Get ready. This market could rip. Gone through a nice amount of backing and filling today. SPY briefly went green, then it went red. I'm expecting the Qs to go green. SPY to go green and Russell to give us a new high of day. Come on. Stocks are trying to break out here, guys. Come on, give us the break. Still not doing it. Why is my thermostat stuck? See us get these breakout stocks here. Come on. Break us out. New highs S&P, new highs Qs, new highs Russell. Let's get it. Let's pump this market up. IWM pushing right back for 228, guys. Come on. Keep it going. Come on, Sox is next. Sox is trying to make a move here. Let's get it. Come on, Sox. Up to the stream. You're looking at MU, Micron, and CNK. So there has been some relative strength in Micron today, and I'm bullish Sox. Um, so Micron is flagging quite nicely here on the 5 and 15-minute chart. Right now it's slightly below that opening range high, but it does look like it's going to trigger this bull flag breakout and at least give us a new high of day. Now, could it squeeze into this gap today on a really, really strong S&P and Q move? Absolutely, it could. I wouldn't count that out, but I do suspect that Micron this week is going to try to fill this gap to the upside. So it's looking like a very bullish chart from my perspective. It's looking very, very good. CNK. Let's look at CNK. Yeah, CNK has pulled back a little bit here. Just give me a second with this name. Rejected off your hourly chart EMA 113. You did have a bullish hourly candle close. So that high, let me just move this. That high on that hourly candle was 2609 you closed. And that close was 25.90. The high was 26.08. So you did get an hourly candle breakout on CNK, and now you're just getting some backing and filling. So another name that does look bullish. It does. As long as you try to get another candle close above this hourly chart, if in the next 23 and a half minutes, if you get a candle close back above 2609, this high candle here, that would be a very bullish signal in the near term for more upside price. Now, looking at the daily chart, CNK is barreling down into its 1-year moving average as well as your 20-day. So there is some resistance there that you just got to take into account. It's in a downtrend on the daily, so it's a little bit riskier of a play. I like it better for a swing trade around this weekly EMA. Now, it could be wrong, but weekly chart support lies a little bit lower, around 24.42. That's where I like it. It's had a nice little bounce, but be careful with this one. It's still in a bit of a downtrend. All right, S&P going through a bit more sell side pressure right now. You can see SPY coming in, IWM coming in. Stocks are seeing some slight little rejection and selling. Come on, SPY. Give us a bullish breakout move. ABGO, AMD coming in a little bit. IWM seeing some sell side pressure. Microsoft still heavy. Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta still negative. Tesla still holding up quite well on the tape. Semis are still trying to hold that little bit of a breakout despite AMD coming through another wave of sell side pressure. Open still up 11.2, Wolf up 12.8, IQ up 20, Nvidia up half, APLD ripping up 18.45, GDRX up 31, Palantir still down 1.7, Run up 6%, significant pullback off of the highs, Tesla still up 0.7, Lucid slightly green, Neo up 1.4% on the tape. You're short Nvidia, stock swing trade. So wait, are you long stocks or are you short stocks? I get that you're short Nvidia, but are you long stocks, SOXS? Or are you shorting stocks as well? All right, a little bit more sell side pressure. Intel down. SPY still trying to hold inside of its opening range. Stocks are coming in a little bit with sell side pressure from Broadcom, AMD, Intel. Nvidia just chopping around a 180, 150. QQQ trying to hold steady here. BMNR making a nice potential red to green reversal. That name's looking pretty strong. A little bit more selling coming into semis. Still seeing this market backing and filling a little bit. Semis are coming in a touch. SPY coming in. Qs are still trying to hold steady. IWM seeing a little bit of sell side. Healthcare stocks still showing strength. SPY getting a little heavier here. Stocks going through a bit of breakout sell side pressure. SPY coming in. IWM heavy selling. QQQ coming in. SPY melting a little lower, testing that opening range low. SOX is sitting right on point of control. Dixie spiking to the high of the day. D still looking heavy. SPY looking heavy here. Back under 643. Still giving us lower lows, lower highs intraday. Semis are now coming in a touch. AMD still looking heavy here, coming in a little bit more. All right, so a little bit of a summary here. S&P still down 0.1, but holding up better than the Qs. QQQ underperforming everything. IWM outperforming. NVIDIA, Tesla, your green mag names on the tape. Majority of your sectors have turned negative here. You still have XLY, XLV, XLP, XLI green on the tape. Dow Jones transports are strong today. Energy markets are weak. Nat gas leading the charge to the downside, down 1.76%. Crude oil just slightly negative, but that's firmed up off of the lows. 2-year yield, 10-year yield are green on the tape. Dixie is up 0.31%. VIX is down 2.74. Semiconductors, after being strong on the tape, have gone through a little bit of a sell side program. Still slightly green on your SOXX, sitting right at a daily chart breakout level, point of control, 7-day moving average. We will see if it tries to hold that zone. AMD, your heaviest weighting in the SOX, has definitely put a dampen on the SOXX. It is down 1.37%. AVGO, also a heavy weighting in the SOX, is down 1.88%. So key certain semiconductors have gone through a bit of distribution today. We'll see if they want to catch a bid at all. AVGO is sitting just right above its daily 20 moving average, sitting right on its hourly chart, EMA 113. SPY's trying to defend that opening range low. IWM trying to make another move higher. IWM trying to make another move for 228. SOX are trying to bounce off of POC. Still no bid in AMD. No bid in NVIDIA yet. No bid in AVGO. Nice bid in SPY. Look at Ethereum and crypto. So Ethereum's still choppy down here, guys. Ethereum has triggered that hourly chart inverse head and shoulders. The question is, are we going to retest the neckline before we have the next wave of sell side pressure? But Ethereum right now just chopping. I think 4-hour chart support on Ethereum, bigger level is 41.48. That's kind of aligns with your daily chart 20 moving average. That's where I think it needs to retest, but it's trying to hold steady here, forming a bit of an hourly chart bear flag on ETH. But BMNR has bounced nicely off of the lows, which might be giving us an indication that we could see Ethereum catch a bid. SOX are now catching a nice potential reversal off of point of control. Let's see if we can have another attempt at breaking out. Every little attempt has been met with sell side. The Dixie's coming in really hard here, guys. So Dixie's starting to see some extra sell side pressure. IWM could be going for a potential another high of day retest. You've had a lot of top wick distribution selling. IWM still putting in higher lows. Intraday it did give us higher highs. I still think we can retest this 228.65 level in IWM. Still looks pretty good to me. S&P 500 bouncing here. Bouncing quite nicely actually. Holding above the 15-minute EMA. I want to see it get above this 10-minute EMA. All right, indices are just in a little bit of a holding pattern, guys. They're not really making big moves, just chopping sideways, which is actually okay. Marvell's into a nice little potential buying level here. I just haven't been talking yet, dang. I've been resting my voice a little bit. Markets are just a little bit slow here, so to speak. I'm just looking at swing trades right now. So I'm just scanning some interesting charts that I've been watching for a little bit long time. I just issued a long buy on one ticker to members. I'm looking at CDNS now for some upside calls. We traded this nicely off of earnings. This is one of the highest profitable companies in its sector and class. So I'm looking at taking some more upside calls on CDNS. Looking at 380 upside calls. I'm just trying to figure out which strike I like, which date. A little expensive, but NXPI looks friggin' strong, guys, for semiconductor play. I am seeing a little bit of a bounce trying to occur in AMD, Broadcom, Nvidia. So watching semis, SPY, QQQ right back down, pretty much almost to their lows. Dixie still softening. see softening a little bit here. CCI. Hey Mohammed, welcome to the stream. So I did take a 4 new swing trade positions today, members. Just take a peek at those alerts that I sent out. So 4 new swing trade positions have been entered. Deploying a little bit of capital. After we've done some recent trimming on the swing trade side, we are looking Absolute Truth. What do you think about an OCT call for October call for LEU targeting the next earnings, which I think is October 23rd? Let's take a peek at that. All right, so LEU, Centrus Energy. So energy complex has been under pressure, so this is generally a good time to buy as stocks go through distribution. So you've busted through the 50 with no bounce. You're dribbling into your previous fair value breakout zone. See the weekly chart real quick. Let me turn on some ATR levels here just to see something. So you've busted through the point of control on this Centrix. Back testing a 382 fib. A little bit of a tough name right now. You could catch a bit of an hourly chart bounce here, back up to call it 181, but my swing trade level is a little bit lower. I'm not too familiar if they're more heavily in oil or gas. They're probably more heavy in oil. Centrus. Other metals and minerals. But I like that EMA 113 as your bigger level. I'd have to see it sweep this wide range green bar. So I like it around 167. 167.30-ish. But you could get an hourly chart bounce here back up to call it 190. So there could be a $10 bounce or so. But I like it a little bit lower. Interesting. All right, Qs are still trying to hold above prior day low. S&P 500 right now. Centrifuge uranium for one thing. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I haven't done much trading or work around that, but really good to know. So yeah, URA is trying to firm up again. So it's a hot stock. So I mean, you could easily get a bounce, especially if URA starts to float. So if it's tied to uranium, yeah, I mean, it could stage a bounce there. Definitely. It's still a hot sector right now. Potential hourly chart, bottoming formation, trying to start on URA. Could be setting up for a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. Hasn't officially triggered, but starting to firm up. All right, IWM trying to float and grind. Microsoft still weak. So one of the reasons that this market is still selling off, Microsoft coming into its gap fill. I'd love to see that, guys. I'd love to see that. We're still short Microsoft. Common shares off of the 547.30 zone. So that one just is a gift that keeps on giving for now. Microphone is cutting out. Uh-oh. Let's try unplugging out. I'll reset it here. Hopefully that's a bit better. AMD's flagging, bear flagging. Broadcom bear flagging, Nvidia bear flagging a little bit on the 15-minute chart. SOX is still coming under a bit of pressure. Still cutting out bad? Uh-oh. That's not good. Let me see something here, guys. Is it cutting out for everyone? Fine on your end? Fine on Cabin's end? Not cutting out at all? Okay, thank you. So it might be on your end there, Mohammed. I don't know if you're listening to with headphones or speakers. Loud and clear. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. All right, IWM starting to perk up a little bit again. Are we going to go into float and grind mode here late in the session? SPYs really trading at the lower end of this channel, kind of retesting that value area. No worries, Mohammed, no worries. A couple other questions there I missed. Cabin saying NVO getting close to entering gap window. Let's take a look at Novo Nordisk. This is one that I absolutely missed. I missed that. Oh, it completed the down. I mean, we shorted that one quite nicely, made money on the downside, but I missed that one at the lows there. I still have some October calls and Jan calls in Novo, but they're down heavy. They are down heavy, my Novo calls. But at least UNH is printing, guys, for us. Ethereum trying to catch another little bid. You just took a SPY candle at, or SPY call at the end of that. Nice. Yeah, I still like this market. I'm still in my IWMs, which have basically just been trading sideways. Obviously, I have SOX calls end of the week. But IWMs, I'm still writing 228 zeros. Had a chance to take profits, but I still think IWM is going to push for about prior day high 228.74. You're seeing some liquidity coming back into some of these crypto names. Look at Bitcoin breaking out above its high opening range. So Coinbase coming in. MSTR was seeing some flow earlier. That name is trying to firm up as well. Still negative on the tape. Still seeing selling from AMD, Nvidia. That head and shoulders been negated. SPY trying to move up. Just gonna grab something quickly to eat here, guys. I'm still gonna watch. I'll bring my food back inside of the computer here. Dixie's still at 0.3. Yields are still green. But quite a few new trades that we've entered today. Deploying some more swing trading capital in this market. Him is still struggling, down 2.2. Roblox catching another bid. Novo still doing quite well. Starbucks up 2.5. Clorox struggling. IWM going back for 228, guys. SPY's also trying to firm up. Sox, come on, give us a breakout, Sox. Give us a break. Gone through quite a bit of selling here. Marvell into some nice support. SMCI, what a beast of SMCI. Still looking at this WAT. Just give me a sec, guys. Be right back. All right, big push here coming into SPY. Come on, SOXX trying to push. NVIDIA, AMD, SOX, IWM back to 228. Calls are printing still, guys. Come on, squeeze this market, guys. We have been patient with this IWM. It should print a new high of day. Come on, IWM. We have been chopping and coiling in such a tight range all day long. They're trying to break us out right as I'm about to eat my lunch. Come on. Ugh. Trying to eat my lunch in peace, not have to manage my 0 DTE. That's okay though. It's heading in the right direction, so I can multitask. Come on, squeeze, baby, squeeze. Still have some top wicks in SPY forming. UNH still around 312, coming in a little bit here. PLTR, that name's still doing some distribution. Roblox, that's had a decent bounce. How's SoFi doing today? Wow, SoFi looks like it wants new highs. That's pretty crazy. That's a beast as well, that stock. So SPY getting sold into with some top wicks. Interesting. So we got Rigetti. How are those quantum AI? Rigetti's still holding that 7-day moving average, looking quite well in Rigetti. QBTS, that name's gone through a bit of backing and filling. SMR still weak. HIMS is showing some signs of life today, guys. So HIMS daily chart making a little bit of a daily chart bottoming tail. Interesting. If you're wanting to play it on the long side, not a bad area for a dead cat bounce. I still had it going sub 44, but it's pretty close. Pretty close. Apple tagging its 7-day moving average again, sitting right above it right now. Still no breakout in SPY. Come on, Soxel. Get your butt up there. Yeah, it's choppy price action today. It's nasty. It is a nasty little trading session. That's for sure. At least for the indices, it's nasty. Individual names are certainly moving, but I think we've coiled. We're going to make a big move one way or another. Tesla breaking out to the high side here. Look at that bull flag breakout. Tesla starting to squeeze again. That's technically holding a backtest zone, guys. Tesla. Now I want to see Tesla get back above its 7-day moving average, and then it could be ready for another long continuation move. If Tesla can get back above its 7-day, I would consider getting back into upside call options. We closed our 340s, so I'm going to remove that because I'm all out of those 340s, but Tesla can recapture that 7-day. That would be a very short-term bullish sign. Let's look at Apple again. Apple still holding steady. Apple could stage a bit of a bounce here. It's aggressive buying off of the 7-day, off of this move, but it could stage a bounce here back to sweeping the highs. It's an aggressive trade though, very aggressive. Nvidia, I still think they're going to push Nvidia up to new all-time highs into its earnings. Nvidia's been one of the stronger mega cap names and shaping up a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. So if this inverse head and shoulders triggers on Nvidia, guys, then we have another upside all-time high price into the 187.60 zone. So Nvidia is still holding a very strong uptrend. Grinding. Look at this hourly chart EMA 113. Just holding this EMA 113 like a boss. Is Microsoft done selling today? Maybe. Yeah, Microsoft catching a little mini bid here. How's Meta doing today? Meta also trying to firm up, but still a wide opening range. Amazon, whoops. Amazon trying to firm up. Google. Nice pullback on Google today. Just slightly missing its all-time highs there. But nothing for me to do in Google yet. All right, let's see. Give us a breakout. Come on. Ethereum still struggling today. IQ still pumping. Open has had a little bit of a pullback here. Look at open here. Nice pullback here. If you're wanting to trade on the long side with your stop loss below this impulse green candle, I have no problems if you're wanting to take open here. Okay, opens into a nice backtest area. APLD retesting its opening range high, also into a long area here on APLD. Aggressive long, much more aggressive long. Your stop loss on this trade would likely be around this 1568 pivot. I don't like it as much. Let's look at this name, Iron. Wow, just surging to new highs. Let's look at IQ. IQ still holding steady. Tesla's a little ripping here, guys. So Tesla catching some nice liquidity, guys. Nice liquidity on Tesla. Q's Nvidia all curling up. IWM retesting 228 again. Look at Tesla wanting to rocket here. Now leading the mega cap tech here. Semis are looking like a little bit better here constructively. AMD trying to bounce off of the lows. Nvidia trying to make a little bit of a move here. Broadcom, AVGO trying to make a bit of a move here as well. SMCI taking a bit of a breather. Intel, after almost going green, taking a little bit of a breather. Let's look at the regional bank, or let's look at the IWM components. So regional banks are trying to firm up here. That should help the IWM. Biotech taking a little bit of a breather. Retail stocks still looking like a nice 15-minute bull flag that's probably going to print a new high of day. So we're still looking pretty bullish in this market. Intraday, we've been in a very slow, grinding, mini downtrend. Holding opening range low. Let's see if we can retest its opening range high on SPY and get above that. Point of control on SPY is 644.21. Interestingly enough, we are holding much better relative strength on the SOX. SOX is up 0.29% as opposed to your S&P is still negative. So we'll see if semis want to lead this market higher. Big push on SPY. Come on. IWM testing 228 again. Squeeze this market. Give us a breakout on stocks here. Give us a breakout. Nice push on SOXX. Come on. Give it to us. Let me... Oh, why my moving average just got all friggin' messed up here. Stocks are right above its opening range high. Can it continue the momentum? The upside momentum. Look at Marvell, guys. Marvell starting to show some signs of going potentially positive here. Take us back to the positive side. Snowflake still chopping around. SMCI up 1.85% and flagging on the 15-minute chart. Looks like it wants another new high of day if the market holds. Markets could be in for a little bit of a squeeze here, guys. A little bit of a squeeze. Still no official breakout yet in the main indices. WTI crude making a little bit of a red to green reversal. Natural gas is still trying to show a little bit of signs of life here intraday, coming from the deep dark depths below. Still negative on the tape, but consolidating above its opening range high, just underneath its pre-market high. It looks like it wants to also make a red to green reversal. Uranium almost making a red to green reversal as well. SPY seeing some additional top wick selling. Cannot get above this 10-minute chart EMA 113. That is what's kept you in check for really the whole session here. Just struggling immensely to get back above this EMA. Struggling immensely. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon still selling. Meta still selling. Some volume are coming into the semis, guys. SOX is seeing some volume here. Potential breakout volume coming into the SOX here. Let's see what that shapes up to be. But definitely some heavier volume. Not really seeing much movement in AMD, NVIDIA. Was that an Intel spike? Yeah, Intel. Intel spiking. So that volume coming into the semis was from Intel, guys. Quite interesting. So I was looking at all the same. I'm like, what the heck's moving? But Intel catching some news here. I don't know what the news is yet, but if anyone finds the news, please feel free to put it in the chat. We're all here as a collective, but Intel definitely looking like a news candle here. Maybe Trump mentioning something again. Who the heck knows? Qs are still acting a little bit firm, trying to firm up. But Intel went positive there, and that was a pretty big spike. Now it's going negative. So what the heck is going on with Intel, guys? So some heavy price action hitting the semis here. And you can see it's Intel really weighing in on things. Intel went briefly positive there, then dipping, now down a couple percent on the tape. AMD, NVIDIA, AVGO still trying to float and grind. Oh, guys, there's news on Intel. Trump administration said to discuss taking 10% stake in Intel. So Trump administration taking another potentially a 10% stake in Intel. We've heard that before, but it's just hitting the news headline again. So that was a pretty big pop on Intel that they sold into. You know, that was a nice 3.5% pop to the upside. Now it's negative, so we'll see if they want to take it back up to the high side. SOX is seeing a little bit more reversal. Pretty wild price action in the semis. What is Intel doing here? You would think that that would be a little bit more positive news for Intel if the Trump administration is taking in. But then again, every time the government gets its hands in any sort of business, they tend to fuck it up. Yeah, the volume on Intel is insane right now, for sure. And it's down 3%. It's a big weighting in the semis right now, down 3%. But news from the Trump administration discussing. It's big volume on Intel, for sure. So they might try to take Intel back down to the lows here. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. Nvidia retesting its prior day high. Broadcom seeing some strength, so a bit of the liquidity that's flowing out of Intel is flowing back into AVGO. We'll see if AMD can catch some of Intel's liquidity. Nvidia is still holding steady, but Intel still carries a large weighting in the SOX, so SOX is a bit choppy here due to the fact that Intel's selling off. IWM back into the 228 zone. You just keep having to look at Intel getting real heavy here. Real heavy here on Intel. Seeing some slight selling off of its prior day high. IWM still trying to trend. Intel still getting heavier, putting some weight on the downside pressure on the semis here. Intel is getting very heavy here. Now down 4.23%. You're about to back to some hourly chart support. You're piercing through that hourly chart support. Looks like Intel wants to tag that 15-minute EMA. Qs are now starting to get affected through weakness in semis. Still seeing heaviness in Intel. My oh my. Market's not liking that Trump administrative announcement. AVGO still holding up. AMD seeing some selling. Nvidia seeing some selling. An extreme amount of volume on Intel. Apple's starting to see some more weakness. Semis are seeing some more weakness. Nvidia curling down. SPY right now seeing some weakness, guys. QQQ seeing more weakness. Intel trying to take out the lows. Down 4.24% right now on INTC. SOX has now gone negative. S&P Qs are still negative. Nvidia still up 0.5%. AMD down 1.25. Getting a little bit heavier here again on semis. Semis are seeing some harsh price action to the downside, falling with the major indices. Back testing that 15-minute chart support again on SPY. Really, you can see Intel started hurting the semiconductors. Big spike, reversal down, hitting SOXX, causing now the S&P and Qs to sell off. So there goes Intel taking out the lows of the session, guys. Intel's the culprit for this sell-off. Intel causing semis to sell, which in turn is hitting the major indices, the Qs and SPY. We all know semis still have a major weighting in the main indices. Intel is coming into some chart support, down over 5%. 15-minute chart support lies here at 23.14. So it is coming into some support. We'll see if it wants to bottom here. SPY piercing its prior day low again, trying to hold. Yeah, be careful with Intel. The news around Trump administration taking a 10% stake isn't as what it appears to be. They're potentially trying to convert some of the liquidity in the CHIPS Act into a stake in Intel. So it's almost like this forced dilution that is occurring, which is why you're seeing Intel under pressure. So it's not the US government coming out and buying common shares or taking call. They're basically diluting Intel from the CHIPS Act money that they've already been receiving. So that's kind of like a kick in the gut to Intel, where it's like, oh, Intel took this money without reading the terms and conditions. Well, the US government's kind of being sneaky, a little sneaky. They basically put strings attached to the money without telling Intel. Imagine they start to do that to all the semis. Imagine they say, oh, AMD, NVIDIA, all of the chips money that you just took, we are now converting that money into stakes inside your company. That would be horrific. Do I think it's going to happen for NVIDIA? No. But that's a hard decline on Intel. I was looking for 15-minute chart support to be tagged. Never officially did that. But you are getting a pretty decent bounce off of Intel there. We'll see if NVIDIA, now the problem is NVIDIA is shaping up for a bit of a bear flag, it looks like. Still back testing some support. AMD, obviously it's been weak all session. Not looking too good at this point in time. SPY still trying to hold steady. Now we'll see if now we could have a potential inverse head and shoulders forming on SPY and the SOX. So SOX could have a potential inverse head and shoulders here. So if that was to trigger, let's actually see this here. This would be your neckline right over here. That would give an upside target of roughly 251 on SOX. Could just be one massive little liquidity sweep on news. We'll see what happens here, but Imagine this turns into the inverse head and shoulders. That would be kind of cool. That'd be very cool, actually. SPY's still struggling a little bit. Intel's kind of slowed down a little bit. ABGO pumping. That's trying to make a move back up. Come on, hold steady here. Socks. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt back up there. Broadcom's looking much better right now. SPY's still looking heavy. Nvidia coming in a little bit. Intel still near the lows, guys. INTC still causing semis to come under a great deal of pressure right now. Still at the lows. About to tag 15-minute chart support. SPY hanging on for dear life right now. Testing prior day low, 642.52. AMD trying to stabilize a little bit here. Intel still heavy. Several million shares just traded in the last few minutes there. I mean, what was that, in the last hour? Crazy amount. Let's see the last half hour. Yeah, that's crazy. Almost over 4 million shares just traded there in the last half hour. That's a crazy move. SPY's still somewhat weak here, but trying to hold that prior day low. SPY still seeing some heavy distribution. Intel still near the lows, but trying to stabilize. SPY trying to go lower. Things are looking nasty. Little nasty. SOX is trying to bounce, so I'm surprised SPY's not bouncing. You do have Intel trying to bounce here as well. Pretty decent sized bounce there on Intel. But now you have the S&P 500 going through its troublesome price action, printing a new low of day there on SPY. SPY officially just tagged that trend line. Next support is really sweeping these lows down here. Nvidia selling off, Microsoft now down 0.82, Apple down 0.6, Google down 0.65, Meta down 2.5, Amazon struggling, Tesla still green. AMD getting some top wicks. Nvidia trying to lose 181 here. They are getting nasty with this market right now. They are getting a little bit nasty. Good risk to reward down here for SPY longs. Really good risk to reward here. IWM still holding its opening range high. So even with this recent little dip that we had, you can see the IWM still acting pretty bullish, retesting its OR high. Still in an uptrend intraday. It's just your main indices have been lagging a little bit. AVGO trying to firm up a little bit more now. So AVGO is a leader in semis and it's trying to push here. Kind of foreshadowing perhaps AMD and Nvidia to participate as well. So nice potential W pattern on AVGO, also an inverse head and shoulders. I'm trying to break out right now, but AVGO looking much better. SOX catching a really big bid here. S&P 500 trying to stabilize off of that EMA 113. Come on, big bounce into the end of the day. They've sold it during the mornings. They burned a lot of theta. Ready for a bounce. Back above our value area low on SPY. Come on, S&P. You've been bad. You've been battered and bruised. Bruised and battered all day. Intel trying to recapture $24. It's still trading 23.60 down 3.8%. AVGO though pumping to the high side. SOX going back to the green side on SOXX. I'll take it. Let's get it. Yeah, maybe this was the liquidity we needed for SPY. I agree. I agree. That's a nice liquidity sweep of this impulse candle, the lows, your 15-minute EMA. So definitely could be a liquidity grab. You know, you look at what happened with Intel. Intel did a liquidity grab of the lows as well. So it does look like it. AMD didn't take out the lows. Almost a liquidity grab appearing to occur in Nvidia as well. But AVGO is starting to rocket here to the upside. Firming up, which is why you're getting some participation in semis now. Let's see QQQ. Look like Apple. Again, the markets are still in a bit of a downtrend in the session. Apple still looks kind of weak, to be honest. Microsoft as well looks kind of weak still. That's a problem. Google still trickling. Amazon curling down. Meta actually holding steady. So Microsoft still looking weak, Apple looking weak, Google, Amazon still weak, Meta still weak, Tesla still at 0.93 doing well. IWM still green. SOX is flat. UNH still up 2.7, CNC up 2.5. Some heavy sell side pressure here, so that's hurting the equity markets in the near term. So Nvidia going through a bit of distribution, looking a little heavy here. Intel still seeing some top wick distribution in Intel. Yep, big candle up on SPY. Still got quite a bit of strength out here in individual names. Yields have softened a bit. IWM pushing back for 228. Still could be a big liquidity sweep going on in the markets. I'm surprised the markets haven't made a bigger push today. Again, we still got time. There's still a few hours here. Semis are back to the green side. SOXX just slightly. ETH and crypto still under pressure. Tesla, that's been doing quite well on the tape. IWM back to 228. Big push coming back into the S&P, Nvidia, AMD, Broadcom, Intel. Apple pushing, Tesla pushing, IWM pushing. New high of day are coming for the Russell 2000, guys. New highs of day are coming. We've been patient with these upside calls. Come on, Russell, give us a big push. Nice push on semiconductors. SPY is still defending prior day low. It's a positive sign. Let's see if it can break out of this wedge pattern. Again, you still have a potential inverse head and shoulders on SOXX. Hasn't triggered. It needs to get a break above this neckline zone in order for an upside of 251 to trigger, but you are getting some positive price starting to hit the tape here. Look at natural gas, guys. Natural gas is really making this bullish recovery. Look at nat gas flying. There's a huge ARB opportunity right now in nat gas reserve stocks. EQT still knifing. AR still knifing. But natural gas about to make a red to green reversal. That's looking pretty bullish. Huge ARB opportunity. Don't say I didn't warn you, but nat gas looking quite more bullish now. If this inverse head and shoulders can trigger on nat gas hourly chart, we're staging up for a really big arbitrage opportunity on some of these resource stocks. They're getting absolutely pummeled here. Pummeled. SPY is still trying to bounce just a touch here off of that EMA 113 15-minute chart. SOX is trying to recapture its POC. Still slightly green on the tape. Come on, late day squeeze. IWM still pushing above 228. 228 calls are in the money, but looking for more upside. I want new highs. I want that bull flag to break. I want 228.70 to be tagged. Come on, give us a 60-cent push here on the Russell. SPY's still looking A-OK. SOX is catching some volume. We are still big push in SOXX. Come on. Keep going. AMD could squeeze into the close. Bitcoin trying to hold above 116. SPY still negative, but looking like it wants to go positive. BlackRock Coffee Bar files for S1 Class A shares, seeks NASDAQ listing as BRCB. BlackRock Coffee Bar? Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Come on, SPY and semis. You guys suck today. You can't do anything today. Jesus. It's crazy. Anyone saw this Citron research report saying they're putting 500 billion puts Palantir at $40? That's fucking nuts. Palantir is not going to 40 bucks. I would be shocked. I mean, I hope, but I would be a buyer. I'd close my puts down there. But where PLTR probably needs to backtest to is call it this pivot high 126-ish. Reset its technicals a little bit. But 40 bucks, it ain't going to 40. That would be crazy. I'd love to see it at 40. That would be a gift of a buy. Still near the lows. Selling off. Nvidia is still acting quite well. Wow, NACAS gonna be going green here, guys. IWM going for a new high day, guys. Pushing the S&P. IWM new high of day, getting some volume on the breakout. Let's pump it. Russell 2000, new high of day, baby. Squeeze it. Bull flag breakout on the 15-minute Russell chart, looking filthy. We are still long and strong. The Russell 2000, baby. Come on. Squeeze us into the promised land. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. Bang, bang. Come on, Russell. Keep going. SPY, keep going. Intel trying to stabilize. Sox is making a move now. Can we about to trigger an inverse head and shoulders into the end of the day? Come on. Squeeze this market. Where are you at, Bulls? Where are you at? Natural gas goes green, guys. Natural gas is green on the tape. What a monster. Sox L trying to make another move here. Squeeze, 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 baby. IWM trying to go for another new high a day. Come on. Wow, another down day for UPS. Is this into a buy level now? Another gap down day for UPS, eh? Crazy. Still seeing some little bit of selling off that 10-minute EMA. Snapchat here. Another push higher. IWM new high of day. SPY pumping. Stocks are trying to move as well.
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched President Trump. I believe that Putin wants to end the war with Ukraine. That's the headline. She has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt it was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him, and she did ask me to say, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end, and she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed. Last week, Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you. Yes. First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, look good.
I said to the one that attacked you last night.
Yes.
I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. I changed you.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances. And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say it, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, and the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, I wonder what the fake
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to
Yo,
ask.
he's
Wild
such a
thing to say.
troll. He's such a troll.
Because they've seen they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace.
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about? It was a big one. But they don't even write about it.
IWM new
No
high
matter
day.
what I do, no matter what, and this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just that, and I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so the people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they said that was also bad for Trump. There's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. Its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to a place that now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years. And Washington, D.C. is safe. And you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine. He has a son who's a great golfer. He's on tour. And he came in fourth yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot. And he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way. No way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator. He's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time.
So I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you can walk around with DC with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because
I don't think you need a ceasefire. If you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand why, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
President Zelensky, are you supporting the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5-like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump. The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine. At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years, he was not a smart man 40 years ago either. But now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place, and he would have been very happy because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened, and the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this. He was just a horrible, corrupt. Joby McGee playing out. H playing out on Joby.
First of all, we have possibility now to buy weapons from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program for Pearl and etc. We have some programs where we can have some money to finance this. And this is a part, I think, it's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems, they're literally 100% foolproof. And it's really like shooting two bullets, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance is 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. They should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
You pushed out on social media.
Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important that is?
Well, that's a very off-topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night. Most people but most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it, because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad, I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question. We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way, and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in, they even ask me, they asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt, where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. That we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to get smart. We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies, you need borders and you need free and fair elections. Those two things. Otherwise, you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have 1, 0, 0 in 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers, so I guess it's, but 0, 0, and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
Do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything. Really, it includes 2 parts. First, strong Ukrainian army that I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to submit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal.
You've been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the end of Trump there. Zelensky. We'll see if things want to basically settle down. But obviously, there's still a call with Trump and Putin after the meeting. Overall, no ceasefire yet, but possibly some little bit of dribbles of de-escalation. We'll see what happens. Zelensky stating he wants everything. The war is all Biden's fault. If there was no Biden in power, if it was Trump in power, there would have been no war. So obviously you're hearing Trump still toot his own horn a bit and throwing Biden under the bus heavily, talking about a lot of the voting. We'll see what the market wants to do here. Overall, the market did try spiking higher, so I'm expecting that we try kind of get a retest of that high pivot. But it's been a tough day to trade the major indices. Really, really tough. A lot of chop and slop without really making any sort of big movements. Um, Positive is you have the stocks sitting right on point of control, volume shelf, still potentially forming an inverse head and shoulders, but inside of a wedge pattern, just chopping around. Nat gas went briefly positive, now it's back to the negative side. Bitcoin did firm up, so you've seen a little bit of liquidity hit the market again, but SPY saw a reversal, sharp reversal off of that high. IWM saw a reversal. SPY still negative on the tape. IWM still negative. The positive for the market is it did put in a bit of a new high there, but it never managed to close. Did actually close with a higher high on the 5-minute chart. So very short-term positive, very short-term positive. But I do suspect that there's probably going to be eventually a positive announcement from the Russia-Ukraine war. I think Trump is serious about wanting to de-escalate that. Obviously, there's a lot of money with U.S. companies regarding the weaponry, Lockheed Martin, RTX, Kratos, etc. But there's still a lot of internal things that Trump would prefer, in my opinion, to focus on rather than exploit that war. For now, markets are just basically back in sideways chop mode. 2 hours left in the tape. It's been a really weird day for trading indices. Not really much directional movement. Like I said, a lot of chop and slop. A lot of chop and slop. I'll be right back, guys.
Bitcoin and Ethereum. They both still look productive, like they found support and attempted to push. Looking across the mags still down 0.5%. RSP is still flat, but starting to trend to the downside. Looking at the VIX looks productive. The VIX looks like it wants to push here. The VIX looks productive. SPX and DX, SPY, Qs all look weak right here. You had a big pullback on IWM so far, trying to hold 228. Meta looked like it's starting to try to curl around and possibly create a hourly time frame H. Google looked like it's found support and could be trying to push. Tesla still looks like it's holding 334, pulling back. Looks like you got to hang your man on the 15. Could probably get a bigger pullback. Looking at MicroStrategy, had a pullback. Coin pulling back, but still holding strong. Apple, big pullback. Amazon, big pullback. The Dow just got rejected and looked like it's creating an intraday M pattern. And NVIDIA still looks bearish. Microsoft took out the low H pattern, playing out. Microsoft still bearish. Five cleared 140, up 4% on the day. I am shooting myself because I told myself I wanted to buy this today. This thing is just going. Yeah, I'm chasing now. I grabbed the 150s, 5.
What are you chasing?
5.
Let's go.
Bro, that was top billing today, man. And I don't know why. I just watched it. I just watched it.
Yeah. 140, bro. This is wild. What was the price target on this? So on the write up, I had 151, 134.28, 151.70, and 179.47 for 5. Hmm. These, 160s are up.
I grabbed the 150s and the 170s.
Okay. Yeah, you should be good. It does. I mean, the 160s for September, they're up 25%.
Yeah, it should be a good earnings run up. They report on the 27th, if this is right. So, excuse me, it's about 10 days.
Yes, sir. Plenty of time. Oh. The Magoo, Joby McGee hit 1566 just now. Double bottomed, got a nice bounce. Needs to fall under that. Yes, sir. Look at that H on the 30-minute for Joby, bro. Target on this is $15.20.
Trump just came out and said he doesn't think there's going to be a ceasefire in Ukraine. So war's still going.
Yeah, because he don't have any pull. See, he walking around talking about like he had yank, like he had tug. He ain't even got pull, bro. Stop it.
Did you hear what he said in the press conference? He said not that he is going to call Putin. He said he is expecting me to call him. So you know who the real Don is. Those were his exact words. He said he's expecting me to call him after this meeting. So
like is trolling that if the U.S. is in a war, then they won't have to do elections.
Well, I mean, here's the thing with that. You can interpret that however you want to interpret that. I don't interpret that like Putin is a Don to me. Like, if I'm gonna do something and I want to assure you that I plan to talk to you after, I'm like, look, man, when I'm done with this, I'm gonna go ahead and call you and let you know what we come up with. So, that ain't necessarily, a mandate on me telling. That's just me being a man of my word, telling you that I'll let you know what's going on after we have this meeting.
Man of my words. Okay, that's pushing it a little bit.
I added UNH 822 300 puts. Now we got a position.
let's go, baby.
We'll see.
In there like swimwear, boy. Frank the Tank said, let me slap this.
Are you guys in it for September?
I am in it for, hold on. UNH 300 put for September, yep.
I'm just looking for a pullback this week. I think it's too much too far in the next couple of days.
I'm adding my 320 calls then.
Of course you are.
Checkmate. I did add, but we'll see what happens.
Does Zelensky have a counteroffer that sort of makes some sense?
I don't like going against anybody here. I know we're not going against each other, but
Not at all.
I'd rather have confluence than be, But we're right now on the 5. Let me see, what is this? What is this? VWAP? Bollinger Band. We're in the mid bowl.
Ooh, shark ninja.
Yeah, I don't never look at it like you're going against anybody's trade. Like, you're trading your setups.
Yeah.
Right.
I still think it looks bullish on the hourly. It's still, as long as we hold above the 310 breakout area, I'm okay with it, dude. So 308, 310 breakout area.
China, Iran, North Korea will continue to do the same for Russia. This is assuming we have some.
If we go below 310, I'll probably cut.
I believe, unless you have the strong security guarantees first, is the point I'm making. But having teeth in the security guarantees is crucial for Zelensky to move forward with a realistic offer, and that means troops on.
Is that John Kerry? Who's speaking, Frank?
That didn't sound like John Kerry though, bro.
It sounded like to me, but I was like, what the fuck is he doing? I don't even know if he's still in Congress. I think he is, but he has nothing to do with this
No,
administration.
that's just the color guy from Fox.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Dog shit price action.
Oh, they're just stringing us out, dude. A move's gonna happen, maybe last 20 minutes.
Because this ICHR looks pretty good today too. It's up 3.75%.
Yeah, I was just looking at that a minute ago.
It's regained all of that sell off. That's pretty good.
Check out RZLV.
Resolve AI?
Resolve AI, yeah.
Yeah, nice bounce. 15.30. 1 hour, 4 hour. Daily looks good. 585. Over 340. This could get pretty interesting.
It could get ugly, right? It could get
Yeah.
like Bubba Sparks, like, man.
Yep, sure can. Yeah, I'm getting a buy signal on the weekly chart too. Oh man, she is right there. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so apparently this has an impending partnership that hasn't been announced yet, and that's why the excitement for this thing thus far. So I don't know. There's some M&A news that's trying to get priced in.
Interesting. It's pretty cheap right here too.
Facts.
$8. The all-time high on this thing.
In June, the company reported securing $70 million in annual recurring revenue, well ahead of schedule, with projections to exceed $100 million by year end, signaling accelerating growth. Okay. So this has one, the stablecoin. Okay. So other recent include plans to support stablecoin payments, a $50 million private placement, drawing a new institutional investors for Tether. Who was that asked about fucking Ripple? That was fucking about XRP. That fuck fried chicken. He might like this.
Yeah. So I'm looking back on the monthly chart, and on August 30th of last year, it went to all-time high at $14.50.
Okay, so I goes on to read blah 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 blah. 50 million private placement with Tether amid U.S. stablecoin regulation, a commitment to 1 billion Bitcoin treasury strategy, and expansion in the global professional service division. Strong buy, analyst rating, price target range from $5.50 to $10.
Yep, right in there, right where we were thinking. Yes, sir.
Locking in partnerships with Google, Microsoft, Dunkin' Donuts.
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Mute your mic, bro. I can hear you chewing.
Nah.
You do know that you're a co-host, and you could have just muted it. You could have just hit. You could have just did that. Could have just did that. Just muted everybody. It'd have been done. Then unmuted, and would have been back to normal.
True.
What happened?
Nothing.
I hate when people eat on the mic. I'm so gross. I apologize.
Let's go UNH under 312. Oh, baby.
You guys did hear when I said him CO dumping more shares, right, on the open market. He's continuing to sell. People were like, he needs to buy a boat or something. Yeah, I don't know if it's that.
How old is that news?
That just came across this morning. So he dumped. So this is why I call him like he's kind of like the AMC CEO in my opinion. This is just opinion. He went on to like ape something, fin Twitter, a bunch of ape dudes. They asked him a question, and he was like, "Buy it, right? Like buy the stock." He told them to buy, and then the next day he dumped all 30 million worth of shares. The next day when he had all these apes come in and buy, when he told them to buy, and the next day he sold. So he sold to them on open market, and then that was like what 2 days after. Two days after Novo Nordisk CEO talking about lawsuits with these compounders, right? And so I think he's panicking there. And then you had that other Bloomberg news that came out, and he's continuing to dump. So I personally don't think he's a trustworthy CEO, but
we're getting a small attempt at a squeeze in the market here. Minor attempt. You have the stocks trying to push up here just a little bit. You can see on the SOXX chart, still stuck in a wedge pattern, still above POC, trying to form an inverse head and shoulders. SPY has been the real laggard today as well with the Qs. Still stuck under that 10-minute chart EMA 113. That's the level that SPY needs to recapture, 643.19. You can see we've been rejected it all day here, partially on Friday, then again in the morning, then off of that impulse breakout on news. So if you can get above that 643.19, that's where we should see an explosion of volume call side buying above that EMA. So that's what I'm watching for on the 10-minute chart of SPY. We're holding prior day low. We are still holding the opening range low. AVGO, AMD, Intel, Broadcom, they're all looking much more constructive, like they're going to push higher here. So I'm expecting more upside price in this tape.
Y'all fell asleep or what? What's going on in here?
Nah, I'm right here. I'm just digging into this RZLV.
It's a nice bounce on Caterpillar. It's up 1% today. A nice Morningstar reversal on the 30-minute. So it looks good. Next target is 414.75 on CAT. Ticker CHWY Chewy. Looks good here for continuation to the upside. Morningstar reversal on Chewy. Needs to hold over 40.60 for continuation on Chewy.
So I know I get some pushback on my HIMS view, so I added it to the nest. That's another sell as of today.
Oh yeah, Chewy looks good.
Yeah, she's looking like she's ready.
Yeah, Chewy, I got 43.5 next level, then 48.
Yes, sir. Chewy Magoo. I'm really surprised they aren't taking crypto payments yet.
Hold on, you're surprised who's not taking crypto payment?
Chewy and GameStop.
Well, they would be left behind if they don't adjust, adapt, and then overcome.
Yep.
I just got another hit. SGD, Safe and Green Development Corporation, real estate development company.
Said SGD.
We're getting.
Indeed.
This is new, all kind of end of the day, and this is what I'm trying to look for. I still think we need to see above 5,000, but volume coming in on VKTX. $50 calls for Friday, 2,000 volume. It's about 4,000 open interest today. Then there's about almost 3,000 coming in for $60 calls for Friday. I'm just kind of going through the chain. I'd like to see 10,000 pop up, dude. Then I know somebody knows something. And I definitely don't want to see it on the put side. It's clear that the shorts are in the stock and not in options. They're not in puts. It's 26% short. They haven't covered it all, which is very scary because it's a large short position. So is that the smart money? We don't know.
These are the shares that could get in and out as they feel like.
Well, I think it's like 6 or 7 days now to cover. If they blow this data out, you're gonna massive gap up. Like I would think. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but it also depends on where they shorted. A lot of these guys could have shorted above 60, above 80. I doubt it, but
Did you look at that chart, Bull Bear?
Yeah, SGD, safe and green development.
Yeah, Safe and Green. But this is a Texas and Oklahoma real estate development company. They recently had a disclosure of appraisal of some property that they had. So that's why it's bullish.
Yeah, I noticed that the 4 hours, the MACD and the TTM and the OBV is starting to go positive. Looking good here. Wait a minute.
Frank, you covered your UNH? Tell me you're covering.
Covering.
No, I'm hoping. I think I wish it would hang out above 315, but it's not. So maybe you guys are gonna end up being right.
No, we got to give it a shot here.
Yeah. And you're out. You're for Friday, Frank, or next week?
Friday.
Yeah, I'm for Friday as well, but to 320. Coffee bet, sir. You're probably gonna win. I don't like the action here. I loved it in the open when we went above pre-market high and it just couldn't hold.
Yeah, that's what gave me the signal. But like, I'm not looking for these to go into money. I just want to just to trade. If they do, it'd be great. But I don't see that really.
I do. I don't think it sits here. I think it either goes to 320 or it goes to 300. So I think
Right.
we're both 50-50 right now at this point in time. Is there any news coming out today? End of day? We have anything coming out end of day? It's like it feels like the market's waiting.
The market's waiting to see how that meeting goes.
The Trump meeting?
Yeah, it's got nothing to look forward to, so I think it's that. Like, at 3:30, they'll have spoken for an hour. They're in meetings now, I would suspect, but it might not come out till after. Who knows?
Well, he just said it doesn't seem like a peace deal is going to happen. I mean, there it is, done. Like,
No, he doesn't seem like there's going to be a ceasefire.
yeah, that's
They're
what I meant.
going right to peace, supposedly.
Oh,
If
really?
there's no peace deal, if there's no discussion, if it goes no further, it's going to. I think that would hurt the market. The market's kind of hoping for that resolution, but I'm looking at oil at the same time. Oil's starting to it's sitting here unchanged pretty much. Actually, up off its lows. So
Yeah, a gap down. Now it's up off the. It's a high, almost a high of day from the gap. Fucking market doesn't know what it's doing right now.
right.
It doesn't have a clue.
I mean, I faded that rally in SPY when he was talking for 25 points in NQ, but it's not given. That's it. I discovered it because it's just sitting here in the middle of the range.
Vikings over 42 right now. It's looking good. We're breaking out of a bull flag here. Looks constructive. Starting to get a lot of FinTwit celebrities talking about it, so that's a good thing. We've got a gap at 44, goes as high as 46. I mean, it's nothing, but 61.8% fib at around the $81 level, which is on the daily, is around $58. I think we could head there if we get good data. 50 to 58.
I'm looking for a bounce here in TSSI. It's down 10 days, basically 10 days in a row. Right near the 200 EMA. It's going to take a couple days.
Dang, Joby just created a head and shoulder on the daily chart, guys. JOBY.
Okay, what are we doing here? A lot of big wicks today. Lots of wicks.
Mm-hmm. I'm done trading anyway.
Yeah, I've just been watching. I've been watching what I already got. Watching Tesla, watching Celsius, watching Iris or Iron.
Yep.
I just kind of digging into Resolve and Safe and Green. I really like that Resolve with that 1 billion going towards Bitcoin Treasury and stablecoin set. Yeah, I like that they're gearing crypto and stablecoin payment setup system. So yeah, I like it. Okay, so this was Resolve was previously a SPAC,
Mm-hmm.
Armada Acquisition Corporation. So a lot of y'all gonna run from that just on that alone.
Yep.
Celsius looked like it's ready to go test that high day and possibly have a breakout. CELH, currently in the $62 calls for Friday, still looking pretty good.
All right, let's go. UNH trying to fall under 311. Let's go, babes.
Is it drilling?
It's trying to. She's starting.
Bouncing off the 200-day on the 5. As long as we stay above it, you guys are cooked. Could be wrong though. long way down on a 30 and yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice move on the day for Oracle. Oracle still might turn green on the day. Look at that daily time frame on Oracle. Last few trading days, Oracle's just been building up support. Hasn't created a lower low yet. Ellison.
Hmm. One, two, three.
Yeah, Oracle definitely be on the agenda for tomorrow for me.
Yeah, it looks good on a 10-minute too. 15:30. Lots of bottom wicks on the daily. Weekly looks good. Monthly looks indecisive. Yeah. 249.70. I could dig it.
Oh, and they have earnings in about 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, this might be a good support to play that earnings. I'm outbound. Okay, let me see something.
If you go by what they said, what the management said during earnings, they should blow it out and then some.
This is what I'm thinking.
They were, I was in that big earnings call, right? Stock Talk Weekly's call, and I was listening to I listened to the management commentary in the call, and I came back and said, hey, I have never heard a more bullish call than Q4 2023 call from NVIDIA. That was bullish. This was just as bullish. Management was crazy positive. If
For
they
what
don't
company?
do it, it's going to blow up.
What company?
Oracle.
Oracle. Thank you. I'm sorry, guys. I was paying half attention. Sydney's got an idea about Workday, which has earnings, I think, on Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday, Monative. What do you think of Workday? He thinks that
He thinks it's gonna be a 30% drop. He thinks it's gonna.
correct.
He thinks it's gonna dump.
What do you think of Workday, Monative? Do you follow that name?
Well, that was the same HCM space that got the bid today from Thoma Bravo. I mean, it's not something that companies change. It's very difficult. So it's their own internal execution. So it's not like they're going to lose any customer. That's nobody can switch out an HCM without years of planning or some serious problems. So it's not so much the market that I'm worried about. It's their own execution, right? ADP was fine a few weeks ago. I actually like that. Workday is expensive. It's not a cheap stock, so very different story.
And then if you were to short it, how would you short it? Because the chain is what I would consider illiquid.
Well, I did grab some 200 puts for Friday. That's where the negative gamma is. But Sydney's going way lower. But I'm like, good luck with that, dude. I don't, I think they were like $1.30 or something for 200s. I mean, I'm just trusting Sydney. That's all. But I just bought like 3. just to see.
So the crazy thing about this is that Sydney's not in here, and you just went ahead and threw the whole trade on him. So like if it goes bad, everybody's going to look at him, and he's not even in here to defend his position or even articulate his thesis.
I think you said Sydney's name first, didn't you? When you said
I never said Sydney's name. This is my first time saying Sydney. You said what Sydney was like, and I just said he likes 30% to the downside.
Yeah. But anyways, well, I took it. So it's got negative gamma at 200.
I would never mention anyone else's name in a trade unless it has already succeeded. That's just me, though. I like how you try to put that off on me, though.
I just can't remember me bringing up the name. I thought, but
you said, "Hey, monitor." You said, "Hey, monitor." I want to know what you think about Workday. Sydney has a thesis about it.
Okay.
Then it was Jeffrey is slick.
Thank you. Sometimes I can't remember the next 5 seconds, dude.
That's on Sydney Sweeney, guys.
That's what we're talking about, Sydney Sweeney, and she's not even in here to defend her position, her favorite position.
Her favorite position.
Jesus, this took a slant.
Can't be serious all the time, bro.
Facts.
Got to throw a little something in there, a curve in there for some levity, bro.
Yep. Agreed.
What the fuck now? Baba's being moved to 29th? I thought it was the 24th. Holy crap. I'm getting Baba earnings wrong all the time. Monotip, where do you see Baba earnings? Do you have Baba earnings?
21st.
Hey, I was hoping you would do that. That was epic. Oh, that was beautiful.
Unbelievable.
Workday. When is the earnings?
I thought we're talking Thursday.
Okay, this Thursday. Okay, so you could do if you're thinking it's really gonna go down $30, you could do a butterfly put 195, 205, 215 put. So assume it pins somewhere there.
Not $30, 30%.
30% is insane. Not gonna happen. That's $70.
I think it goes. No, yeah, I don't think that happens. I think it goes down to 200.
Yeah, I mean, if you think it's gonna go down to 200, play a butterfly put. So for $1, you lose $1, you can make $1,000. Or you lose 100, you can make 1,000.
But if it drops 30% and Sydney's puts hit, he's gonna.
If it drops 30%, it's gonna blow through.
he's going to Brazil next. He's gonna leave Colombia and he's going straight to Brazil.
UNH 310.75 UNH.
If it has to drop 30%, it's got to do something UNH did, like management problems, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah.
Can't imagine 30% pullback.
So just here's the thing, Jeffrey. You have to give it the full context, and I'm sure what he shared with you, he shared with me, and vice versa. So he tends to think his thesis is more wrapped around. He thinks that it's going to have the same move that Monday did, Monday.com, MNDY. He thinks it's going to be a drop like that. So aside from his thesis into that, why he thinks it's going to happen, I don't know. So like, I wish he was here to talk about it. Like, I would have never invoked it had Jeffrey and I brought it up, but since we're going to talk about it, let's put it all in perspective. Let's use what he used. He said Monday. He thinks it's going to get a drop like that. I don't know if the two companies are similar, if they're peers in that regard, which I'm assuming they have to be. I'm not familiar with either of the companies.
Don't follow
No,
them.
they're not in the same space. Workday moves a lot in earnings, so 30-40 bucks is not something I'd be shocked by, but $70 that would worry me a lot. I think the best play is 190, 200, 210 butterfly for 70 cents. You lose 70 bucks, you could make, wait, not, I got that wrong. Hold on. 70, okay, 80 cents. Yeah, you could make 900 bucks or lose 70 bucks.
And while you're working on that, I have it where Alibaba says it's August 29th is their earnings, and it's up in the nest from the website. Or I don't know.
I'm looking at another list for you. Hold on. You said 29?
Yeah, it says Alibaba
Before
will announce
29th before market. Yeah, my
correct.
other list tells me 29, so it could be all over the place.
It's fucking all over the place, dude. It was supposed to be with JD, and then people were that trade on TradingView were saying it was the 24th, and now I'm seeing the 29th, and you just said the 21st. This shit is all over the place, so it's really difficult.
On bar chart it says 21st. On my other platform it says 29.
Yeah, Yahoo was like the same day as JD, and that's what I thought it was because I heard they're gonna do it together. So, I think they pushed back earnings, and they're gonna do it over a 3-day U.S. holiday. I don't know if that's good or bad. Probably bad, but.
It's one of those F-it things. I'm just gonna take this trade. I'm gonna take this butterfly put for this Friday.
For workday.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
F-it. What's the worst thing? I lose 75 bucks.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get Sydney in here so he can talk about his workday play.
Yep, I got a fill.
Getting a nice little push right here on the market. See if it's sustainable. I'm gonna grab some puts for tomorrow if it is.
Still waiting for one 15-minute candle on QQQ without a long upper wick. Just one candle. Everyone has either a long upper wick or a long lower wick or both.
Yeah, there's 100%.
I sold 25% of my position, up 40% in UNH. Just to lighten up before the end of the day a little bit here. Market's getting a little bit of a bid. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So you waiting on that one candle with no wick.
Yep. Just to tell me that sustainable move at least for the next 30 minutes. But no. Actually, no, we got one. Last one was not bad at all. Last 15-minute close is pretty darn good. And then it pulls straight back down. Let's see how this goes.
That's the only reason why I repeated it, because I was looking at that candle right there.
I turned away and the candle closed.
I still don't think price is ready to break out of this consolidative pattern that it's created since overnight. It's just a pre-market session, and I seen it early. I didn't realize I was going to be right, but I talked about it earlier. It was going to chop. That's what it looked like because of the pre-market from the overnight session.
Yeah, you did warn, don't play the fucking indices. You did warn that. Of course, I didn't listen.
Well, I mean, normally, look, I watch the pre-market every morning, so I'll look back at the evening before, then I look at the pre-market, and like normally you'll see a move. It'll have like small trend moves, and I watch the 15-minute time frame. So if I don't even see anything building up on there going into the open, to me, it seems like it has to be a chop day. I just happen to be right. Not necessarily saying I'm always going to be right, but just happen to be right today. The last two 15-minute candle closes leaning bullish. You've seen increased volume and a bounce off of support level or support area rather. I'm not in it, but to me the play is to the upside from here. But it's still chopping, and it hasn't broken out of the chop phase, and I wouldn't even want to try to take a position until it broke out of this consolidative range that you see it's been in all morning, all afternoon. So gonna be tough. Gonna be tough if you want to. Jump out there. All kings get their heads cut off.
All right, TSSI just doubled my positions. Little like 15-minute hammer here, down substantially. I'm in it big now. Give it a couple days.
Well, let's just say most kings, not all kings.
There's a lot of volume coming in here on Joby, Joby. Watch this to get back over 16.
CELH Celsius looking like it's trying to go test that high a day, up 5 6/10% early. See if we can go break that high currently and hold it.
Mm-hmm. Resolve just had a Morningstar reversal on a 10-minute. RZLV.
Bounce with me, bounce with me.
CRCL circle $130 puts 2 months out. Filled.
You're such a square.
Bet. Send it to the basement. Such a square. I feel like a square when y'all call these stickers on. I have no idea what the fuck is happening.
I mean, a lot of them are new to us. Like you see, I'm still digging into a couple of them right now. So
True.
I grabbed SPY 640 puts for tomorrow. Market looks bullish though. Still play. I'm fading this. Only because it spent the entire day struggling to get above this level, and it hasn't been able to get above this level. I want to, I want to see this thing just jackknife.
They've been
Circle.
Huh?
What are you doing in Circle? CRCL.
I got $130 puts 2 months out, Frankie.
Yo, that looked like that was bottom on Joby, bro.
What's your thoughts on it, Frank? You're still bearish on it, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. You might be right. It's looking like it.
Yeah, this thing looks over 16, man. Here we go. Buy signal on the 5 and 10-minute on JOBY.
I need to see a clear 1610.
Over 16 it will. But yeah, I see your level.
Trump, been a very successful day thus far. Quote.
I think he's live right now.
She's served now, even though she's a very young person, she's served there for a long period of time relative to others. They don't last very long. You've lasted a long time. You're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is a very strong person and a very strong leader and very highly respected in Germany. And he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where'd you get that tan? I want to get a tan like that. President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Oh, you look better than I've ever seen you look. But you've done a great job, and we wanted to have you here because you're somebody that we all respect. And you've had a lot to do with the success, I think, and the potential success. And thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. and the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who is somebody that we just made a big deal with all of those countries. I don't know. I think you might be more powerful than all these guys at this table. I don't know. But we had a great negotiation, and you're respected all over the world. So I want to thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you. The Alaska Summit reinforced my belief that while difficult, peace is within reach, and I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out, and I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war lines that are pretty obvious, very sad actually to look at them. And negotiating positions. President Putin, you have President of Ukraine, who is you just met a little while ago, and we're going to try and get a three-party meeting, maybe as soon as we can. And I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out. Ultimately, this is a decision that can only be made by President Zelensky and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it. So I hope we have a good meeting, and if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin, and if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but I will do that because we want to save a lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. Got to save it. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries, and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you
So
can
wait,
come
he's
over.
guaranteeing that a deal is gonna be done? Is that what he just said?
Around whichever you feel comfortable with.
I don't think the deal is him talking. That's it.
Probably be on like Europe buying
I
weapons.
think that we had a very good conversation with President Trump. Very good. And it really was the best one. Or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. And we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees, and we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia, stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. And the second point, or maybe the first, humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help, and I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really it can be a historic role for the people to bring kids back to the families and be happy and get the families. Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this threat with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during the trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you will participate. I will be there. Yeah, thank you. And I think this is very important. Yeah, so security guarantees bring this back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the president a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way. Good map. It was great. I'm thinking how to take it back. We'll get to it. No. I think that we have constructed specific meeting, and I'm very thankful to all the leaders who are here, and you helped a lot, and so we're happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before,
I don't know. Do you guys still want to listen to it?
President Putin.
I don't know. I think I'm good. It's up to
I'm
you
done
guys.
with the ass kissing when
Yeah,
they
I'm
hate
good.
each other. It's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blaze
I'm good.
Fest is starting.
They ain't doing shit but circle
yeah, but they
jerking
hate
each other.
each other. They absolutely hate each other. Did Zelensky wear a suit at least? Because I know that they asked him if he was going to wear a suit this time.
I don't fucking know. Don't care.
Let's see what Polymarket says.
It's been a very choppy and sloppy session. We'll see if SPY can hold this 10-minute EMA. This is the first time that we've broken above this 10-minute EMA, back testing it and trying to hold since the opening candle here. This is the first time SPY is holding steady above this 10-minute chart support. So we gap down, open, made a pierce of the 10-minute, then we've been slammed down basically a dozen times below this EMA 113, and this is our first bullish back test. If we can hold this area, SPY should go for a high of day. So far it is trying to bounce. Nvidia is still strong. Apple's firmed up into the close. Amazon trying, Tesla trying. Bitcoin holding 116. SPY's still trying to hold that 10-minute chart support. Are we going to see price reject there again like we have all day, or is this a bit of a trend structure change? It's looking like a little bit of an end of day trend. Maybe there's some positive news after hours regarding Trump, Putin, Zelensky. So SPY's still holding this key 10-minute chart support. QQQ trying to firm up. Nvidia seeing a little bit of selling now. AMD still seeing some selling. Semis are still a little bit weak here. Microsoft still down sharply, 0.94%, looking heavy. Apple, Google, Meta still negative. Amazon, Tesla, Nvidia are green. SPY and Qs were briefly green there. Back to the negative side, slightly negative. Bitcoin still holding 116, 10 and 2-year yield still slightly positive. VIX is down 3.2%. Come on, give us a nice closing power move. Big push in the semis now. SPY still technically holding support above that 10-minute chart EMA 113. Near-term bullish sign. Hasn't confirmed above it, but it's trying to hold. You can see the difference, relative strength difference. Qs are back testing its 10-minute EMA 113. So Qs are at resistance. Q's resistance is SPY's support. SPY still trying to hold this 10-minute EMA 113. Moving averages starting to cross up. The only problem is AMD and Nvidia are a little bit weaker here. Apple still negative. Microsoft still heavy. Meta's trying to firm up. Amazon still green. Tesla's still up nicely. JP Morgan green. Netflix is still trending. You're going to need to see AMD and Nvidia shake off this selling if SPY is to hold this key moving average. UNH back above 310. That went through a bit of distribution itself. We saw some really stunning breakouts in Snapchat. Snap had an exceptional inverse head and shoulders breakout intraday. Gives us a near-term target of 750. So beautiful reversal off of the lows from Snapchat. SMCI's faded from the highs a little bit, but I still think it's acting constructive enough off of this EMA 113 on the daily to at least retrace, 50 to 60% of this move. Snowflake is trying to find a little bit of support here itself off of that EMA 113. A lot of stocks are retesting their daily chart support levels. Marvell, another one that I absolutely like is Marvell. Marvell is testing its point of control, upsloping trend line. I think this one's also due for a nice little continuation. SPY curling slightly lower here. AMD catching some bottom wicks. We have Nvidia still looking slightly heavy here. Intel trying to firm up just a touch. W. This one's going to be interesting to see. I would have to lean bearish on this name, but you never know. We'll see what happens. So SPY's still trying to hold steady here. Semis are trying to make another little push higher here. Just been range bound all day. Look at this choppy range on semis. It's been nasty. Really since Friday at this low 945, you've just been chopping. This was Friday around 12:30. So yeah, Friday since 10:45 a.m. you've just been chopping. Market doesn't know what to do here for semis. SPY Q is still negative. IWM still holding up 0.4. NVIDIA up 0.94. Again, there's no movement happening right now. I mean, maybe we get a little bit of a squeeze final 30 minutes here. SOX is still holding on that POC. SPY is still technically holding your 10-minute chart. EMA 113. So we'll see. But this has been an absolute chop and slop kind of day. Markets are in a holding pattern, almost waiting for news. That's what it seems to be waiting for. We do have Jackson Hole Symposium this week. Fed Chair Powell will be speaking on Thursday. Got a little bit of data tomorrow, but it's fairly light data. Morning 8:30 a.m. data tomorrow. Bill has some housing data, building permits. Other than that, though, not too much. Not too much. Some Canadian inflation data. Atlanta Fed GDP at 11:30. Some crude. Trying to hold that EMA. We will see. Seeing Broadcom catching some volume, AMD catching a little bit of a positive price action, NVIDIA holding steady, Apple still negative, Microsoft still selling. SPY still trying to lose that 10-minute chart support, but holding steady. Holding steady. HIMS is back down 2.76% on HIMS. HIMS hurt and health. Someone call the medical services because this stock just keeps getting absolutely bludgeoned. There's been more insider selling today. It looked like it was forming such a positive potential reversal, and then bang, they just absolutely knife it back down. So what does that mean? That means I'm still interested in a long if we pierce 44 bucks as a potential scalp long. That is swing trade. It's a little bit more aggressive, but it's getting there for a swing trade. It's getting there, guys. It is getting there. Let it fall a little bit more. Alright, AMD trying to curl up. AVGO curling up. NVIDIA curling down. Microsoft still looking heavy. Apple trying to curl to the upside. UNH still holding steady. We're seeing S&P 500 still holding that 10-minute chart EMA 113, guys. So that is a positive sign. Again, we haven't been able to hold above this key moving average for the entire day. So let's see if we can get at least a positive close into the session. Crude oil up 0.76%. Nat gas briefly went positive, and now it's back to the negative side, but shaping up for maybe a bit of a bullish intraday pattern, even though it is negative. We'll see if nat gas wants to firm up. Bitcoin, let's take a look at the BTC chart. So BTC intraday had a nice bounce above its pre-market high levels. No, those ones are closed, surfers. So Bitcoin knifing through the 50-day moving average today and basically bouncing quite nicely. So acting positive off of that 50-day moving average. If you want to buy Bitcoin on a retrace of this tail candle, you just use the stop loss, this low as day as a stop loss. What's up with IWM? IWM's just been going through some backing and filling. This market's in a bit of a holding pattern. Still acting well on the daily. It's still inside bar bullish consolidation, but it's the stronger index, and you can see that it hit some upside resistance. Just flagging sideways. SPY trying to make another little move here to the upside. 0 DTs I'm not holding for IWM anymore. I haven't updated the position, but I'm not holding it. SOX calls I'm definitely holding. A second here, guys. Some more headlines are coming out regarding Putin and Zelensky meeting, so positive headlines. Caleb asking, what's up with the IWM? Got 236 calls for end of the week, thinking about ditching them. Yeah, 236 calls there, that's a stretch. That's a big stretch, Caleb. You know, you would have to have some sort of a massive move. I wouldn't be in those. That's a little bit. I mean, I could see IWM trying to go for that gap fill, 231, but 236... Like, I do have 236 as an upper boundary target, but I don't think it heads there this week. That's a tough trade. You would have to have, that's like almost a lotto trade. Like 236, I do have that upside target here, but that's a tough trade. For the IWM to move up another 3.3% this week alone, that's a lot. I personally wouldn't be in there, but you never know. I mean, stranger things have happened. My swing trade that I'm in for the IWM is 230 calls, August 29th. So I got much more time on the clock. Much more time. And I've already got a nice first trim off of that position. SOX calls, come on, I'm writing SOXL calls, $28 calls end of the week. Looking for that to try to break out, but it's been stubborn. This whole market's been stubborn. You can see SPY trying here for a high of day. Give us the breakout. Nvidia trying to hold steady. So SPY continuously getting sold into here every time it's tried breaking out. No successful breakout has been secured. Yeah, no problem, no problem. You know, but here's the thing, right? It's all relative, like your position. I don't know how big you were in terms of size, you know, whether it's your whole portfolio, whether it's a small position, whether it's a lotto. You always got to have your own little thesis going into a trade. Don't always listen to me. I'm wrong. I'm certainly wrong, but just based off of the probabilities on that move, that's a hard move to hit just this week, especially since we had that epic squeeze. Well, I'm already long IWM 230 calls for August 29th. So I ended up buying down in here this dip, the 230 calls, and I've already been able to secure some profits. But a conservative area to buy would be either your 10 or 15 EMA 113, so kind of around 227.45, or if you're a little more conservative, this 227 Pierce, that would be an area to buy. You can see we are trading into this parallel channel of resistance, so there's naturally going to be some sellers there. The IWM is still pretty extended here. I mean, just going through a bit of backing and filling. I mean, it's digesting this huge move that it had. You know, IWM could easily come back down to this lower boundary range. You know, the fact that you're still trading inside of this gap down, wide range red bar, you haven't been able to get above it, it's still bearish. And look what you're doing on the IWM, right? Here's your high, low, lower high, lower low, potential another lower high here. We'll see if they want to give us another lower low. So the IWM is still in a little bit of a bearish consolidation on your intraday time frame. Now, larger time frame, it's acting okay. You're above your daily 200. You need to let this 20-day and 7-day catch up, but I would suspect buying the 7-day moving average is a safe answer. Yeah, if they lower interest rates, that's the easy trade, right? If they lower interest rates, obviously it could rally, but remember, markets are always forward looking, and lowering interest rates doesn't guarantee stocks to rally. You have to recognize why they're potentially starting to rally or lower interest rates. Why is federal banks cutting? Why is the Fed cutting? Why is Bank of Canada cutting? Why are central banks around the world starting to go through a cutting phase? Typically, cutting phases are inherently the most dangerous part for equities because you go through disinflationary pressures. Disinflationary pressures often result in recessions or economic declines. So right now we're still in a scenario where the labor market is acting okay. Maybe some minor cracks starting to appear. So if we lower interest rates and the labor market stays okay, then they can still rally small caps and high beta stock investments. But if they start lowering interest rates because the labor market is cracking, then that is a problem. I think it's too dangerous to short. And that's what makes a market, right? That's what makes a market. You know, and the one concerning thing about the IWM here on the daily chart is you had this, oh, that's the TNA chart. I guess I should show the IWM. So IWM had this breakout, one daily candle breakout, and you haven't confirmed that breakout move. So maybe this is just roping in new liquidity before they take it lower. But got to pick your shots somewhere, stick to a thesis, and see what happens. But the more this pattern is starting to unfold, it's looking less and less like an inverse head and shoulders here. But we'll see what happens with the Russell. There's certainly a lot of liquidity still flowing in this market. Labor market's still okay. Interest rates are still soft. The only thing I don't like about the interest rate is that 10 and 2 spread. The widening of the yield curve, where the long end is starting to outperform. I like the S&P a little bit better still, stocks. But that's just me. Retest of the breakout would be... Well, it depends what breakout. If you're looking at the retest of this bigger breakout move, you could fall all the way down to, call it 221. You know, this bigger breakout. But if you're looking for a near-term retest of a breakout, really it comes down to, call it, depends on how you want to adjust the trend line. Traders obviously buying this little breakout in the near term, but your bigger breakout intraday would be a retest of this trend line, almost like a double bottom kind of scenario here. Prior day low retest 226, really. Even though I am holding some upside 230 calls, it's aggressive buying it here. It's very aggressive. It can work out. I mean, the positive thing for IWM is, look, you're above your opening range high. So that's a very positive sign. And you've actually back tested it quite a few times here intraday and held. Even when the S&P and the Qs are weak, IWM has held relative strength. So there's definitely some underlying bid. But obviously the IWM has a tendency, we wake up and it's gapping down or gapping up, right? It can go both ways. So just understand that, right? It's always a risk. On the swing trade side, I personally wouldn't be buying here. I've already bought lower. But we'll see what happens. A little bit of a perk up in the SOXX. Look at SPY. SPY is going for another new high of day here. Holding that 10-minute chart EMA 113 and making a nice push here into the final few minutes of the session. We got 12 minutes left. Yeah, wait for a retest of your 10 or 15 minute EMA 113. That's typically a decent backtesting zone. So you can see how SPY retested this 10-minute EMA, and now it's bouncing. SOX is trying to break out. I think SOX is looking interesting from a technical standpoint. We simply get rid of all these trend lines. This is a daily chart backtest of a breakout zone. So pivot high to pivot high. This is where you broke out, confirmed. Now you've done a full round trip. Backtested that key zone. So SOX is looking pretty good. I'll clear up that trend line. So you can see that's a nice daily chart backtest. 7-day moving average. Looks quite interesting for me. Nvidia still trying to move here. Apple, Microsoft's actually firmed up off of the lows, guys. So Microsoft is trying to catch a nice bid. Will they squeeze us? And we're one headline away from Russia, Ukraine. you know, a little bit of a de-escalation, sort of some sort of a peaceful, I don't know, maybe a ceasefire. I don't think it's going to be a true ceasefire, but maybe just some sort of a pause even. Maybe we can see a pause in the war. That could gap markets up quite sharply. You know, I issued quite a few new alerts today on the long side of the market. Still have some net short exposure, but we've definitely pared back some profits on Roblox, Palantir. Semiconductors are looking a little bit more bullish here. There's a harsh rejection on SPY. Really, really harsh rejection. AMD seeing some sell side pressure into the close. Same thing with NVIDIA. A little bit of selling into the close. So Palo Alto will be an interesting stock after the bell. Right now it's going into earnings slightly negative. Daily chart pattern not looking the greatest from my perspective. Bolstering 117.6 billion market cap. Its 1 year performance is up 3.98%. 1 month performance down 10%. Right now, technicals are saying sell. Analyst rating is still a buy. 1 year price target looking at 213, which is implying a 21% upside move. Interesting. It's looking for an estimate of 88 cents per share, 2.5 billion estimate in revenue. It does have a strong track record of beating revenue, but I think that Pan W needs to retest 161 at the minimum. But we'll see if what happens there for the cybersecurity space. Now reports at 4:05 earnings will be set to come out. Potential little breakout of opening range high here for SOXX. Can we get that breakout for SOX? Come on. SPY looking a little bit better. IWM still trying to hold around that 228 zone. QQQ still looking a little bit heavy. Broadcom AVGO catching a nice bid. Ethereum still down 2.63%. UNH has softened up a little bit into the close. Some volume is certainly coming in here into the semiconductors. Will they want to squeeze it into the close? We'll see if we get any after hours news on Trump, Putin, and Zelensky. Trump has a phone call with Putin, or I should say Putin has a phone call with Trump. Nice pump here into the close. MOC will be coming out so we can get some wild wicks. Some wild wicks here into the close. SPY pumping for a high of day. SOXX trying to pump for a high of day. Nice bid on AVGO. Really, really good push. Qs are green, SPY is green, IWM green. All indices are green right now. All indices are green. We're seeing a little bit of a minor push. AMD catching a bid. Will they squeeze it up into the close? You can see SPY is battling at that wick high as well as your point of control. You are tagging 643.72 is a big volume shelf for the S&P 500. Apple's still negative. Microsoft is still negative. But Microsoft is firmed up off of the lows quite nicely. Broadcom catching a really stunning bid. You look at AVGO. This is an institutional semi-stock. And it is really flying here into the close. That's what's also helping SOX here. Let's look at Intel into the close. Intel cat not really doing much on Intel. QQQ going for a little bit of a high of day push. SPY still trying to push through that POC. SOX are acting well near the highs of the tape. AMD still lagging here. SMCI getting a push. Marvell, strong push on MRVL. Going from red to green. Look at that nice push on Marvell, guys. Really strong tape. SPY still trying to hold that breakout trend line on the 15-minute chart. Right at POC. Still looking well. Are they going to squeeze SOX for a high of day? High of days around this 249.34. They are squeezing it. They are trying to squeeze it a little bit. SPY's got some top wicks. Qs are acting well. IWM still hovering right around that 228 zone. It hasn't really made a move. Kind of your big movements have been in SOX, Qs, and SPY with a little bit of liquidity pumping back into mega cap tech. Heavy volume in the SOX going for a potential breakout. Will we see a gap up? 3 minutes left in the tape, guys. Please hit that like button if you haven't. SPY still. SOX is pushing here. SOX is pushing. We are long. SOX L. Come on. Give SOX L a nice squeeze here into the close. Potentially ending the session with an inverse head and shoulders breakout on SOX. SOX L now at 0.8% on the tape. So that is the market session today, guys. NASDAQ closed down slightly negative, 0.04%. S&P slightly negative. IWM small caps remained the strong relative base index today. Microsoft down, Apple down, Google down, Meta the weak mega cap today. Nvidia, Tesla showing some strength. Stay tuned for Palo Alto Network's earnings after the tape, and we will see you on the live stream tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, guys.